City of Northglenn, Channel 8, keeping you informed of events in your community.
Good evening. I will now call the study session meeting of March 9th, 2020 to order. Joanna, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Leidy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford. Councilmember Whitkovich.
Here.
Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Councilmember Downing will be absent. Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Goff will be absent. Councilmember Duran-Mullica. Here. Councilmember Escobar.
Here.
Okay, so we are going to begin tonight. Just a heads up, I know you probably noticed on the agenda we have quite a few things in the study session that we're going to work through for the first hour. Then we need to move into a regular meeting, and then we'll go back in and finish the study session. So thank you to those that are here to present. So we're going to start with the Tri-County Health Department informational presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce Fair Holiday. She is with us this evening from Tri-County Health. Kathy Stat, who we've been working with, is not feeling well, so she's not with us this evening, but I'll go ahead and turn it over to Fair to provide you with an introduction on the work that they've been doing at the Tri-County Health level and some thoughts for our City Council to consider as we move through this discussion this evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. Do I have to press anything if you can hear it?
No,
Okay,
we can hear
good.
you. Yes.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I know Kathy was really sorry to miss it. She said to send her apologies and also let you know that she has an ear infection, so she doesn't have coronavirus.
Oh.
And I don't have coronavirus, just in case you were concerned.
Excellent.
So again, thank you so much. My name is Fair Holiday, and I'm here today to talk to you about some policy opportunities around youth tobacco prevention. And let me just note as I start, when I say tobacco, I mean tobacco and nicotine products. They're frequently lumped together because nicotine is derived from tobacco, but just in case you're confused by that, I am talking about both types of products, so including e-cigarettes. Just a quick overview of what I'm going to talk about today. I'll give a brief background of the issue, talk about sort of the current policy landscape, both at the federal, state, and local level, talk specifically about tobacco retail licensing, and then I just want to emphasize some of the things that TCHD can do for you. And then, of course, we'll end with a time for question and answers. So just to start with some rates, Colorado has the highest rate of teen e-cigarette use in the nation. According to our 2017 data, about 26% of our youth are sort of regularly using these products. If you look at just the number of youths who have tried these products, it goes up to 43%, so almost 1 in 2 youths are identifying as having tried these products. This is data from 2017. We did collect 2019 data. We're still waiting for that. I think it'll come out in the early fall. So we're all really holding our breath to see if these numbers have gone down. I think, unfortunately, we're all expecting that they will have risen even over the course of 2 years. One of the big challenges with e-cigarettes has been how quickly these products change. So you probably read in the news about Juul. That product rose to prominence over the course of about 3 years, and it captured about 70% of the market share. However, in the earlier part of this year, when some of the federal flavor restrictions went into place, pod-based systems were banned. And so now we've seen an emergence of those down there. Those are called puff bars. They're disposable, so that they were exempt from the federal restriction. And so it just shows how quickly this landscape changes and how important it is to have some comprehensive laws in place. The other pictures, we don't see this too frequently, but there's wearable vape technology, and challenges that arise with that is just people being able to identify that youth are even using these products. And then down there, you've probably seen these two. These are called Sworn drops. Not as popular with the youth, but just another illustration of how different these products can look and how challenging it can be to recognize that people are using nicotine. There's a lot on this slide, but this is just basically, the goal here is to communicate that we are struggling to be able to sort of nip this at the bud at the retailer level. So only about half of our retailers are checked every year to make sure that they are complying with laws and not selling to youth. It is even less in some of the rural parts of our state. So our friends in Rocky Ford let us know that their retailers are only checked about once every 6 years. And it can be really hard to get in there and provide education and also make sure that people aren't selling to youth when they're not getting checked even once a year. And that leads to these other two statistics that you can see up there. A majority of Colorado students are identifying that these products are easy to get. And I think that's really concerning because even one youth who is able to access these products can turn around and sell or distribute them to other people in their school, in their community. And the easier it is for youth to get these products, the easier it is for them to transition from sort of experimental use to more regular use, which can lead to a lifelong of addiction to nicotine. And that brings me to, just want to touch on this really briefly, and then we'll come back to this. There's a whole menu of policy options that can make a difference, but the important thing I want to note is that tobacco retail licensing can really be thought of as the umbrella under which all these other policies fall. And that's because it really creates an enforcement system, and it creates strong penalties. And we have seen in other communities that these are two things that really make it so retailers stop selling to youth if they are. And so even though things like raising the minimum legal sales age or restricting flavors or anything else up there, even though that's a really critical piece of the puzzle, it becomes really difficult to enforce those laws if you're not creating a structure that sends people out into the stores to make sure that they're doing these compliance checks. Okay, and just to back up for a minute, I wanted to talk a little bit about what exists right now in the current policy landscape. So you probably know that the federal minimum legal sales age was raised to 21 in December. We're still waiting for a little more information from the federal government. We do know that the FDA is starting to do checks where they are using 21 as the standard, but we're still waiting, again, for a little more information about what that's going to look like. And the same thing is true with the federal flavor restriction. Like I mentioned, that is it only restricted flavors in pod-based systems, so things like Juul. What that allowed is flavor that is still used in things in like the tank-based systems, so those big bulky ones you've seen, and also the disposable vapes like the puff bars that I talked about earlier. We're still waiting for more information on that. There was some movement in the House of Representatives, I think last week, where they're trying to pass a more comprehensive one, and we'll just wait and see where that goes. There are some relevant Colorado statewide policies. So I think the most important one was House Bill 19-1033 that was signed into law last March. And it basically granted local governments the authority to regulate sales of nicotine products. We have two bills in the House right now as well. House Bill 201001 would establish a statewide tobacco retail license. There still is a big, establishing it at the statewide level would be amazing, but there is also still a need for local communities to establish it, which I'll talk about on the next slide. But we're really excited to see that one progress through the House. And I think it just made it through the Appropriations Committee last week. But basically that one would establish a tobacco retail license. It would create sort of a minimum of compliance checks that would have to happen for each retailer. It would prohibit people under the age of 18 from selling these products. And it would also revoke minor in possession penalties as well. The other one that's currently in the House is House Bill 2013-19. This is a flavor ban that would relate to all tobacco and nicotine products, both the fluid that you would put in to flavor these products or just flavored vape products or flavored tobacco products. So that one has hit a couple snags. It was introduced much later in the session. We're just paying close attention to that too, but I did want to acknowledge that that has been proposed and it's currently in the House. And then we have some local policies, Colorado at the municipal level, and those include things like expansion of smoke-free places. Tobacco retail licensing is something that we're starting to see other communities pass. And then we're also seeing a lot of communities raising the minimum legal sales age to match the new federal age of 21. Just to talk really briefly about, there was a question about taxes, and I do want to acknowledge that Tri-County cannot advocate for taxes because we are funded by tax dollars, but I did want to provide you with the information if you're interested in what communities currently have enacted a cigarette tax. They are Glenwood Springs, Crested Butte, Newcastle, Vail, Boulder, Pitkin County, Summit County, and Eagle County. So there is a precedent set in the state as far as tobacco taxes go. And so just to bring this back to tobacco retail licensing at the local level, what it looks like is an annual application, an annual fee that would be calculated basically just to reclaim the cost of administration and enforcement. We have a calculator that we use at Tri-County that could help you calculate that and figure out what works best for your community. And then, as I mentioned before, these compliance checks are really important. So having a strong system of enforcement and meaningful penalties, and we strongly recommend that one of the penalties, usually on the third violation within a set number of months, does involve a revocation of the retailer's ability to sell tobacco products. What we've seen is that having those two things in place really makes it more likely that retailers are going to want to comply with this because they make a lot of profit from tobacco products. And so this is not intended to be punitive, but it is intended to put a system in place that really would convince someone that they want to have better policies at the retailer level. Like I mentioned, one of the big reasons why we would encourage this at the local level is that it allows those fees to go right back to your community. It allows you to have a certain amount of control. Your police department would be out doing these compliance checks. They'd have the chance to do sort of community policing strategies and be out there engaging in a really positive way with retailers. Yeah, I think that's those are some of the big reasons that we want to see it. There's also some benefits to passing it before it goes into effect at the state level, but I can talk more about that later if you're interested. And I just wanted to end on a quick slide. We are so happy to be here and to be helping our municipalities as they're working to pass these policies. And I just wanted to give a shout out about the things that we can offer. We have a lot of resources at our disposal. We're happy to help with outreach if you wanted us to be out there talking to retailers. We have a survey we can provide that you could send out to retailers. We're happy to help train police department personnel on doing these compliance checks. And then as we're starting to see more of the communities in our local jurisdictions, we have learned a lot of great lessons. And so we're always happy to connect you to some of the other communities if that's something you'd like to hear some of the lessons they've learned. And that's all I have for you. That's Kathy's contact information, which probably is still the best contact information if you have questions after tonight. So thank you so much for letting me be here.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I do have one quick question that I was hoping you might be able to help me just kind of think through. So can you talk about some of the cessation resources that are available throughout the state specifically for youth?
Yes.
And then how are those funded?
That's a really good question. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to speak to the funding.
Okay.
The funding piece, but right now the quit line is an option. The age requirement for that has been dropped down to I think 12. I'm speaking a little bit out of my wheelhouse right now, but I think it's 12 sort of to encompass a lot of the people who've been caught up in the vaping epidemic. Part of the issue is that there's not a lot of resources for youth. We're seeing a lot of sort of more academic organizations scramble to come up with any sort of curriculum that could work, like text-based cessation programs and things like that. But right now we're sort of in, we're sort of seeing a lack of those because it's also new.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you
thank
so
you.
much. Okay, along these same lines, we're looking at the 2019 Northglenn vaping study. from the Rocky Mountain Cradle to Career Partnership. Welcome.
Thank you, welcome. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Emily Clarendon, and I am the Senior Director of Community Engagement on behalf of the partnership. And tonight, I'd like to take you through some of the findings that we've had with the study that we conducted on your behalf. This kicked off about October of last year. We started to scope it with you. If you remember, I came with my colleague Jody, and we completed fieldwork at the beginning of February and turned around a few different deliverables, which hopefully some of you have had the chance to look through. One of which was a full written report that I would basically call like your holy grail. There's lots of quotes and tables and charts and extra appendix, which has testimonies directly from parents and youth on specific questions related to if I was in front of city council or my community, and I was for or against vaping, what would you have to say? Additional information parents wanted, so it's a wealth of information for you, so please feel free to reference back to that. Tonight, what I'd like to take you through is more of a high-level summary of all of those findings. So the voices and perspectives that are lifted into this presentation tonight really are that synopsis of everything that's in the report. So if you have questions, I'm going to stop in each section and we can have a little bit of a discussion. We've tried to lift the recommendations from youth and parents into each of the sections, and you'll understand what I mean by that when we get there. And we can stop and talk along the way. And then later on in the session tonight, we can come back and talk about it a little bit more. And I want to say thank you because I think there's a lot of overlap in the work that we do. And Kathy's team really helped inform the design of the survey, as well as the Youth Commission, who a few of their members are here tonight supporting us. So with that, let's get started. Here's a little bit of a overview of what we'll be covering. I'll high level remind you what the objectives were for this study, the methodology, which is called TEGA, Technology Enabled Girl Ambassadors, and how that was utilized in our community. And then I'm going to show you a buying model, which is traditional like marketing purchasing strategy that every person goes through when they consider buying a product, whether that's a car and you go through those moments of awareness that you might need one, consideration, intent, purchase, and then repurchase. And so I'll take you through what that model is, and then really the different sections is based on that buying model. So we can kind of look at what is a use motivation to engage or abstain in vaping, and what happens at all these different junctions before they actually make a purchase. And then, like I said, we'll really be weaving in the recommendations along the way. And I can say that the Youth Commission and their, what do you call Amanda? Staff liaison, Amanda, really helped us to kind of bucket those different recommendations into local and regional legislation, state and federal legislation, non-legislative penalties. So we can kind of massage those, but it's to help you guys think about which ones really are things that we can tackle here at the local level versus those that probably need to get lifted to a bigger geography. Does anybody have any questions before we get started? Okay, great. So as we heard, vaping is seeing staggering numbers in the US, particularly in Colorado. These numbers are particularly high in areas surrounding Adams County. And so this research was meant to elicit a more clearly defined picture of the current conditions of ESD usage among youth, as well as their perspectives on potential legislation and regulation of ESD products. So we talked to parents and youth about usage, access, outcomes, the consequences. We wanted to obtain their insights about two particular policy options, one of which was already to raise the age, which happened while we were in the middle of our study, which was kind of interesting because then people were actually reacting to it. And for those that were already over 18, telling us about their experience of now having to circumnavigate new regulations that changed their whole purchase model. And then the other one was pertaining to the whole licensing And you'll see in here that even though those were the two legislative regulations that we were looking at, other aspects of the legislation that's being considered came up, like the cost of the product, access in public spaces. So that will kind of be present in some of the recommendations. So here you can kind of see a quick high-level overview. These were the type of questions that we were hoping to answer through this study. Where are the youth using them, what types of products and at what frequency, how they're obtaining them, where and from whom, their knowledge about the health risks, how they feel about the potential policy changes, and then finally what types of information and resources would potentially motivate them to abstain. And then I just wanted to give you kind of a high-level snapshot of where all the youth and parents came from. Everybody who participated in this study needed to either live in Northglenn or have a youth attending school in Northglenn. But the stars are the youth and the parents are the dots. And so it was a very good spread across the city. And the city council, or youth commission, also helped us to try and get into some of the schools. We have in the partnership, Adams 12 5-star schools is one of our major players. So we had sign off from the district level to be inside those schools and intercepting kids during lunch hours. We were in health classrooms. We ended up getting quite a mix. So I'll just kind of pull some of these up for you. The majority of our sample ended up being in that 14 to 17 age range. We had a mix of males and females. For the parents, it ended up being all female parents. The socioeconomic status of our young people, there was a fair amount of them who are dependent on the government assistance. However, parents, not as many of them were receiving those kinds of benefits. And there was a good mix in terms of representation of your community from an ethnic standpoint. And then finally, one of the pieces that we wanted to make sure we captured, though it wasn't necessarily something that was a requirement for youth to participate in our study, was whether or not extracurricular activities were part of their everyday. And this was on recommendation from the HEAL committee because they were curious to know how motivating or not being in an extracurricular activity is on a youth's decision to participate and their considerations around the consequences. So that will come up a little bit in the recommendations. What we set out to recruit was youth who never vaped and youth who currently vape. And what ended up happening is not as many kids were initially telling us that they currently vape, but they were willing to admit that they tried vaping. So quite a few came into the study who fit that middle bucket. And when you start to hear their narratives, actually some of them were still using. But they were really worried about being caught and what were the consequences of participating in a study like this. And you can remember we talked about confidentiality when I presented the scope of this to you. And the Youth Commission can attest to how hard it was to sometimes convince youth that by sharing their opinions in this study, it wasn't going to get them in trouble. This is a study and it's confidential. So we successfully hit our numbers, and that tried vaping bucket really did glean us quite a bit of insight. So you see some nomenclatures off to the right, Nick, MJ, and flavored. When we're going through the testimonies and even in the big report, that's how you know what they were using. So if they said that they had tried, you would know if they tried nicotine, marijuana, or just flavored vape. And for those who were current, we had a follow-up question in the survey, which ones are you actively using now? So for the current users, while they might have tried something else, what is listed next to their name is actually what they're currently using. So here's that buying model that I was talking about. Each person, like I said, kind of goes through these different steps every time that they're going to consider buying a product. And so when we started to do the analysis and really isolate some of the motivations and understand how youth are entering and engaging in this category, this really helped us to kind of place it into a narrative that's easy to understand and work through. So is everybody tracking with this and good to go? Okay, cool. Excellent. So we're going to jump right into awareness. And here is where we'll really talk about their level of awareness to ESD products, their awareness of the related health implications, and that online, offline culture surrounding ESDs. So when we dove into this, non-nicotine flavored vape liquid was the most commonly used substance by youth in this study. 90% who had tried or currently vaped listed flavored liquid as a product they tried. So that's their entry point. It's not the nicotine. And while non-users maintain a low level of awareness about ESDs and where to get them, youth who have increasing exposure to them demonstrate a higher knowledge of the device. So we asked, as a follow-up probe, how many puffs do you think you get from a cartridge? And non-users definitely mentioned a lower realm of usage, 33 maybe, wild guess, and those who had even tried were very familiar with how much can I get out of my product. And when we get into purchase later and they validate and justify, well, it's a carton of cigarettes or a pack of cigarettes, I only get 20, it costs $5. This, I get 200 puffs, that's like 4 packs, so it's definitely worth my money more. So you can kind of see that justification even in their awareness at that early stage. They express a belief that non-nicotine options are a good alternative and lower risk to their health. While this respondent knows that there are health repercussions linked to nicotine, he mistakenly says nicotine damages lungs, not the carcinogens that are present in both smoke and vapor, regardless of the nicotine levels. So this misunderstanding can possibly reveal why youth prefer non-nicotine products. They consider it to be the nicotine to be the damaging element, and their unawareness of other aspects can affect them. Sorry. And the awareness of health implications associated with nicotine were widespread amongst all youth, but the knowledge of the health repercussions beyond the effects of nicotine did remain low. So you can see all youth, 100%, said they believe nicotine negatively affects their health, and a much lower number on the frequency, source, and hardware. More than half of the youth perceive that there is a lack of publicly available research on how vaping impacts one's health. So, like we just heard, they don't know the extent of it. We heard them say, there's no point in trying to get rid of vaping right now because we don't know. We know some of it. We know that it contains nicotine, which is addictive in certain juices, but we don't know the extent of what it does to one's health, mentally and physically. So I think we need to understand that before we try to prosecute it. That was a 17-year-old male who's currently using nicotine and flavored vape liquid. Parents also share this sentiment. They expressed a desire to know more about how it works, what is in it, the different qualities, side effects, and long-term health effects. Just like everything, you always have a new fad that comes through, and this is one of them. And until we understand actually how harmful it is, we're just going to continue trying it. And I have another one here I can share with you. I would really just like to know what is actually in it, because like cigarettes, they don't tell you what the chemicals are that they, I think it would be nice if they had disclosed that on the packaging, because that would be like the end goal, I would think, so that people would know what just like our food. You have all of that. You know all the ingredients on it, so why not vaping your cigarettes, right? So you can kind of see a synthesis of some of the things that the parents were asking for there on the right. This thing likes to jump. Okay, so it's permeated the social and cultural realities of youth, regardless of whether they're using or not. So even though the awareness of the product, like, oh, it only has 33 puffs versus at least 100, they definitely could talk about the culture and what was happening in the media and the exposure to impressions online. So here you hear the testimony of a couple of youth. YouTubers did it. A lot of Instagram celebrities would have pictures of vaping and videos and cool tricks you can do. And that was someone who had tried, but simultaneously a non-user I see a lot of big Instagrammers vaping more. Maybe your friends post a picture of them vaping. And you're like, oh, that's cool. I want to try it and be big and stuff. And, here's another non-user. He was able to talk about this associated terminology, like this particular YouTube source around the idea of blowing 4 channels like you're a dragon. And that idea of that cultural awareness and the phenomena of using it was present in our data. And a couple of parents inferred that the predominance of marketing for vaping and the lack of cigarette advertising influences youth to consider vaping a less harmful alternative to smoking. Parents also shared sentiments about access online, stating that online marketing and access is highly prevalent for these products and should be prohibited, similarly to how broadcast cigarette marketing was banned in the FTC in the 1970s. So one other quote here, or this is it. I think that if you give kids an option and said, well, here's a cigarette, try that, it might be easier to say no to a cigarette than vaping these days. And I do believe that vaping has been kind of a more marketed device, and you don't ever see cigarette ads. So that awareness piece again. So this is the end of the awareness section at a high level. And when we looked through all the data and the recommendations that came at the end, there was 3 different buckets, and this is just education-focused ones, which we heard previously, that's a big piece of something that needs to potentially be part of our strategy for youth. And when we really dig in and think about what is it that they want to understand, knowledge surrounding what does and doesn't contain nicotine, their awareness about how the habit will affect them now and in the future, dangers of vaping, and the parent here, you can see a little bit of a verbatim, get into the nitty-gritty of it, really get granular so they can understand it, and then educate parents and siblings around the legal repercussions they could face if purchasing for an underage youth. We move into some of the more legislative recommendations. There was this idea about spreading awareness amongst parents that youth are accessing from other parents and adults in the community, and try to illuminate and increase that peer-to-peer regulation of behavior. And then, as you heard in some of the testimony in that summary, that idea of making ESD marketing obsolete and making sure that those that are marketed as not containing nicotine are also regulated. So I'll kind of pause there for a second. Do you have any questions about the awareness stage of getting into this product as a youth? Okay. So we will move on to consideration. And what happens here is really what does and does not motivate them. So here we'll kind of think about the trigger, the repercussions, whether they weigh those ones that come from parents versus the school versus the justice system, and how they kind of decide if they're going to start looking for a way to get the product. So the opportunity to socialize and become part of the popular crowd, or generally to have something in common to ease into social situations, was indeed the top reason to try vaping. This youth, will listen to her testimony. Do we have sound, Heather? Do you know?
Should.
Okay. I'll read you what she says while we work on tech for the next few testimonies. So we were asking the question, why do you do vaping? And she says, not addiction, rejection. Like when you're around your friends, you kind of want to look cool and you want to try and fit in. So I feel if you don't do it, do what everybody else is doing, they're going to like think badly of you and say like you're scared, you're not, like you don't know how to have fun. And that was sentiment, was just constant in our work. The other common story about vaping, youth who did not vape also held a common story about how vaping was unacceptable amongst their peers. And they described choosing to surround themselves with friends who shared those convictions, but also for fear of judgment. It was the same kind of motivations that kept them away from it. These youth described their ability to surround themselves with these friends. They never moved past consideration in the buying cycle into intent due to this protective factor. So like this person, the full kind of testimony here from him was, I've never done anything like very risky behaviors. Things like drugs, alcohol, I mean, it was really, didn't have any interest in any of it. And I just did an assessment of the consequences, that it's dangerous and not worth it. So I guess, as I mentioned, there's generally, because of people I associate with, among those groups, there's definitely, you know, if I were to do something, that there would be a lot of judgment and possibly ostracism. And it's just so, it's a combination of just recognizing what the consequences are and knowing that it'll affect my social life. Because the people I associate with wouldn't really accept that, but you know. So it's kind of, we asked him, what social groups are you a part of, if you don't mind my asking? And the respondent replied, I guess a lot of it is related to like extracurriculars and academics. So there's groups based on certain classes, like AP classes and certain clubs, and a lot of my friends are from band and from theater and things like that. The second most mentioned driver was around mental health and coping. That was either getting a youth to try it or to continue using it. Many youth are concerned about the mental health of their peers. They are seeing their friends start to, quote, rely on vape products to feel better instead of actually getting help. Multiple narratives from youth explain the ability to take a minute, relax, reset, to escape stress and pressure they are under for a short time, and it helps them cope with their realities and stressors of their lives. So like this youth said, as of late, I've just kind of had a lot of stress in my personal life, and it's just something to kind of relax me. It's, of course, nicotine is an addictive substance, but I'm not inherently addicted to it. It's just the comfort and ease of being able to relax for a minute. And another one is for extra. The respondent was asked, can you tell me, this was a non-user, can you tell me why others might vape? And the respondent said, because they got family problems and they're kind of depressed. And the Tega said, okay, why do you think that? Because my friend says it, because she's always depressed and smoking. The parental oversight and the considerations around punishment are considerations for youth who choose not to vape and those who have tried vaping. It didn't pop with current users. Many told Tega they were scared of how their parents may react if they were to find out. Youth who have been caught by their parents describe feeling ashamed of their actions. However, not all parents punish youth for vaping. Some are passive and don't intervene. Some even seem to enable it, which we'll talk more about when we get into purchase and intent. So let's see if this one works.
I don't think it's going to.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I planned, just in case, so I have the transcripts, but I know I'm not, don't sound like a youth, but I'll try. I was in 7th grade, so obviously they were really concerned. But they just threw away all my stuff, and then I got grounded for like 3 months, I think. And how is your relationship with your parents after that, the Tega asks. Like during that, we were kind of like always going through it, you know? Like I guess it wasn't as good, obviously, and there was less trust there with me. And the Tega says, well, how about now? It's better because I saw the view in it from them. Like, we were just in a better place, me and my parents, and they trust me more not to do it, and I don't do it anymore. 15-year-old who said she tried marijuana and flavored vape. So, parents stated that banning or forbidding certain behavior or telling youth not to do it would result in them experimenting anyways. Kind of like, we know this is how kids are. So, they said that instead, parents wish to take a more informed approach, focusing on understanding the consequences and the possible detriments to their health and well-being. Conversations about choice and impacts, long-term health ramifications, and support with their decision-making processes through classes, materials, videos, and articles. So like this parent said, it tends to be my opinion that things that are forbidden become then the things that are become sneaky. They become covert. They become underground. And then there's no way to have conversations. So there was not a punishment, but more a reflection. So as I said, that's really, that punishment from parents is good for those youth who have tried or never vaped, but for youth who currently vape, parental oversight is not an important consideration. This parent's testimony confirms that it can lead youth to further avoid parental oversight. So it's kind of a long narrative, but I want to read it to you because it was really kind of paints a picture of how much she tried to help her youth. So we were talking about, well, what was the outcome when you tried to talk to, and what was the challenges? And she says, disappointment, but there's nothing I could really do because they can hide it. It's so discreet. So he says and promises he's not vaping, but when I find devices and it proves him wrong, then it's just a losing battle. Tega says, did you have a conversation with them? She said, yes. How did that conversation go? Not so good because he's very argumentative. He thinks that vaping is good for him, that it's not harming him, that there's no reason for him to stop, basically. Tega says, well, did you have any concerns? And she said, yes. Which ones? Well, he had experienced some seizures. And Artega asked night at his friend's house more, stuff like that, definitely. So it kind of validates some of what we heard previously of parents being scared of punishment because they feel like the kids are going to push away and become covert. So they need other tools. He doesn't want to let me move past her video. Joanna, would you mind pushing me forward past that slide, please? Thank you. So moving past parents, school suspensions, school punishment related to suspension and the loss of extracurricular activities was motivating to some youth, some going so far to say that vape detectors in school were one of the most effective deterrents. Do you guys know what those are? Almost like a smoke detector that's installed in the bathrooms that pushes off an alarm and it triggers a device to open a camera and they can see. So it's like a smartphone enabled device that, and we heard at least 2 youth mention a vape detector, but they didn't go into detail about what it was. So something just to keep in mind. So non-users can draw a clear line between school, their future, and the repercussions of vaping. And then on the other side, others feel that while school and parent repercussions are not ideal, it's the legal trouble that has a greater effect on one's future. So they're weighing the pros and the cons here in this consideration stage. I'll let you guys read those for just a second. And something I would say that's interesting here too is with like our non-user worrying about tarnishing his standing. In previous studies that the partnership has done around juvenile justice, we've learned just how detrimental a bad kid label can be, whether that's from the justice system or the school system. And so kids and educators and law people who execute against the law really are needing to think about how to help kids abstain from these behaviors and learn from their behaviors, but in a way that doesn't necessarily, as he says, tarnish their standing with their community. Criminal records definitely and fines struck a chord with youth. Many simultaneously saying that it was highly motivating, but also seemed a little bit over the top, that the punishment did not necessarily match the crime. They felt legal changes infringed on their freedom and would not encourage quitting, just create hassle, particularly for those who have developed a strong dependence on nicotine. These youth asked for a more informed approach to regulation. We heard, when considering the age change in relation to shopping, they pointed out that they already are accessing ESDs through older peers and adults in their community, and that an age change would most heavily affect the youth who currently vape and are between the ages of 18 to 20. These youth expressed frustration that they would have to go to tertiary ways of purchasing the ESDs and explained that it felt, like I said, infringed on their freedom and would not encourage quitting. So much as just creating a hassle, like one 18-year-old who had developed a strong dependence on nicotine. Youth who are current users are more likely to speak out against this perceived injustice in the law rather than be motivated to quit. We hear, it really doesn't do anything except we'll punish them, and I don't think vaping is inherently worthy of punishment. So when we kind of break down some of the recommendations that came from youth and parents into this idea of consideration, or this stage of consideration, the educational piece is to continue to educate parents and youth on both the effects of nicotine and the larger practice of vaping, and to share verified studies and data on a mass scale to demonstrate the reality of hard facts and help youth assess the risks they are taking. From a mental health services standpoint, it's really it was present, as you saw, as one of the number one considerations is around mental health and coping, but even parents talked about the need for their youth to get more support systems that train youth on coping skills so that they can lessen their dependence on ESDs for stress relief and mental wellness. And then from a non-legislative standpoint, thinking about protocols, both for teachers and law enforcement, ways to standardize repercussions that avoid detrimental legal action, and then for law enforcement, connecting youth with cessation services and educational programs and helping them to avoid criminal records that cause lasting repercussions on their outcomes. So that is consideration in a nutshell. Does anybody have any questions before we move into intent?
Do you by any chance know when the commercials went off TV in the 70s for cigarettes and stuff like that, now with magazines, you know what the percentage of adults smoking at that time, or even, I guess, maybe kids at that time, compared to now?
Let me see if I made any notes. I didn't do a lot of desk research on the 1970s ban because I was trying to focus on this study, but I did make one note.
I'm not trivializing it. I do understand the importance of it. But as I'm sitting here, I'm reminded the fact that when I was a kid, it was possibly drinking in the school parking lot, maybe. So I was with that one person who said that it's a phase. When my kids were in high school, it was the hookah bars, right? You chase them out of the hookah bars. I'm just curious though, whether the things that we did in the 70s with the actual tobacco, the effects that came from it, I think is what I'm looking for.
I'm going to write it down because I think it's
Okay.
worth exploring. I did make a note just that then public health advocates suggested that youth have a heightened sensitivity to image advertising and promotion themes at a time in their lives when they're struggling to define their own identities. So when you think about their brain development and judgment not even being part of their, even that cortex until
Right.
age 24, the exposure to imagery like the dragon breath really can affect their decision making. So I'm going to just make a note.
I think
Councilwoman.
some kind of statistic, some kind of a number to put around that would be very beneficial for me.
Youth from the 70s.
Because, I mean, if it cured the problem, Why would they be smoking it, you know? And what could we do different to make a change? What's going to be so different this time to make a change?
So certainly those youngsters who haven't actually been exposed to friends who are using it, and they first get access to a social media channel at age 12, they're not actually seeing that kind of stuff come up in their feeds because it's banned. So that would be a first step, but I think more research can be done to dig into that.
I'm just kind of curious,
Thank you.
very curious.
Julie?
I forgot what my question was, but I'm sure it'll come back.
Okay. And I just want to do a time check. How are we? We're about 5 minutes from regular session. So I think I probably can start into intent, but we'll stop there so that we have time to come back at a clean line. Does that sound okay? Yeah. Thank you. Great. Okay. So here we're really going to jump in more to that peer influence. There are patterns of ESD use and the role of age schools and stores when it comes to getting it. So some youth believe that vaping is a replacement for cigarettes in a cessation way. Others say that ESDs are the new cigarettes because youth aren't smoking traditional cigarettes anymore. I just think like cigarettes, they've kind of gotten a bad rep and they're just kind of gross. And vaping just, I guess, looks cooler because like these devices, they're accessible, you can charge it, you can have it with you whenever, it's easy to sneak around, like most people sneak it in class and that sort of thing, and it just looks cooler. Youth who have tried vaping told us the situations in which they first were introduced to vaping, and the common thread was that informal social setting, sometimes containing peer or family influence. I tried it because my sister wanted me to. She bought it and offered me. She didn't pressure me or anything. She was just like, want to try it? And I was like, sure, I'll try it. And that's how it started, and I've done it since then. And you can see this is one of those youth who marked themselves as tried vaping, but now that he's gotten comfortable with Ortega and is having a conversation with her, he's actually saying, I've done it since then. So you can just imagine maybe our penetration of users is actually higher than what we were able to say we captured. The spaces where youth feel they can control their privacy level and ensure a moderate level of seclusion are generally where there's a lack of adult oversight, were the most commonly listed. So parks, outside skate parks, bathrooms, locker rooms, their home, bedroom, backyard, car, lots of different places, but like this young man said, just anywhere moderately secluded, just sitting in my car in the parking lot or walking around, going to like the parks. Youth and parents both acknowledge that age is definitely a factor in youth accessing ESDs. Some felt that youth ages 18 to 21 would most heavily be impacted by that change, and that it could do two things. Allow for some maturity in decision-making around purchasing for people who are underage and for themselves, and then potentially reduce the number of access points and visibility in school because older students wouldn't have direct access or the ability to redistribute in schools. And so the youth sentiment that's missing from the screen here is I think it would change because like 18-year-olds might just do it because they're peer pressure. But if you're 21, you might be more mature and you might think about it more. Parents also were talking about this and felt the same way. I think it would control a little more because 18-year-olds are more likely to buy stuff for youth than a 21-year-old. They think a little bit, they may think twice before doing it. And conversely, another parent said, I don't really see a difference. Maybe just kind of a mind maturity. They're more smart when they're 21. They have more life experience, so maybe they wouldn't do it as much. Because when you're younger, you want to experience new things. And by the time you're 21, you already have 3 more years of adulthood inside you. So maybe that's it. Many youth, however, pointed out that they're already accessing the ESDs through older peers and adults in their community. And youth will always find a way. 5 in 10 parents felt that youth will get what they want regardless of the restrictions that were in place. So when we specifically asked them about the age increase. They really didn't think that it would have much clout compared to particularly the licensing, and that was a parent-specific nuance. When we asked them about the age change versus the retail licensing, and they compared the two in their head, they said the 21 and increase isn't really going to do much, but that retail licensing, having some repercussions for the people selling it, that could. However, they don't necessarily understand the channels that kids are accessing, so we'll get into that a little bit more here in a second. So, like I told you about earlier, the 18 to 21-year-olds were the ones that really expressed frustration with the fact that they're going to have to go to different sources. Like this person said, it's just like, it wouldn't be impossible though. It's just like alcohol, which is pretty easy to get. So it wouldn't be a huge difference, but it would make a difference. And a bonus quote here from a current nicotine and flavored user. When there's a will, there's a way. 18, 21, go ahead and put it up to 30. Doesn't really matter. So just to close out here, 1 minute to go. The following youth and parent recommendations were really around this intent piece. So shifting the social perception away from the perception that vaping is something cool and popular, educating parents and older siblings about the health effects. From a local and regional legislation standpoint, consider expanding the no smoking policy put in place back in September of last year to include enforcing secluded high-use areas, so parking lots, public bathrooms, cars. And then complement the increased legal purchasing age requirements with education of younger youth about why the education requirements are in place, so that brain development, considerations, all of those things.
Can I ask you a real quick question? You may have to think about it.
Okay.
Because we don't have a lot of time. But whose responsibility from the smoking standpoint, from cigarettes, whose responsibility is it to go into, say, safety and make sure that they're validating the ages of smokers or people buying tobacco? Is that the local government all the way, or is that an agency within the FDA, or?
Well, I think kind of based on what Farrah is saying, the local police for that jurisdiction would be the ones going out and doing the checks. So in terms of receiving like the money from the fines and all of that, it would be going through local. Do you have anything else?
I'm thinking more on specifically cigarette smoking. I know, like, when you go into a state, like, go into New York, everything is very carefully monitored, everything is registered down to the cartons that you have. So does an agency do that for us right now in Colorado?
Yes, there's actually two, I can move a little closer. There's two agencies that are doing it right now. The FDA does their own form of compliance checks, and then the Department of Revenue also does compliance checks, but unfortunately, they're both statewide and they are stretched really thin, and that's why you're seeing that retailers aren't being checked even once a year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll jump back in on purchase and access, which will cover the role of family, the economy and social networks, retailers and locations, and finally digital environments when we come back after regular session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Sorry the media didn't work.
Okay, so we're going to press pause on the study session and move into our regular session. Do we need to transition anything on your end? No, we just keep going? Great. Okay. I will now call to order the regular city council meeting of March 9th, 2020. Joanna, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Leidy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford,
Here.
Councilmember Whitkovich,
Here.
Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Councilmember Downing is absent. Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Goff is absent. Councilmember Duran Mullica.
Here.
Councilmember Escabel.
Here.
Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will begin with response to citizen inquiries. City Manager Guyer, are there any responses to share?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lighty. Rupa Venkatesh, our assistant to the city manager, has prepared a short PowerPoint presentation, just a couple slides. As I promised council previously, we're visually enhancing this report, so rather than me verbally sharing statistics with you, Rupa is going to walk you through what the stats look like for the past month.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this shows the comparison of last January and February citizen requests as it compares to this year. And as you can see, the trend of 2019, with January being the highest number of requests, follows this year as well. Here you can see how long it took us to close out requests, and the majority of requests were closed out either on the same day or within 3 days. There are 3 different options for citizens to submit their requests. They can do it either by the mobile app, online, or by contacting an employee, and the employee will enter the data into the system. And as you can see, the mobile app has been used more frequently as we move forward with that. Here are the top requests that we got in February of 2020. Graffiti was number 1, potholes and street repair, abandoned vehicle on public property, and abandoned shopping carts. And only a handful of folks responded to our satisfaction survey. They were asked how satisfied were you with employee effectiveness, employee courtesy, the time it took staff to respond, and were your expectations met. As you can see, the majority of the results are either superior, good, or average. I mean, you can see there's still work to be done, but the majority shows that people are satisfied.
Is this information in the agenda? Because I
Well,
can't really make out what we're looking at, apples to oranges, or, you know.
I just can't see the small.
Yeah.
So a recommendation I would make is that because I really appreciate the change in having this be visual, but to add it so that we can pull it up here, because I felt terrible because you kept going, as you can see, and I'm like, I can't see a thing.
So it's not on your monitors at all?
No. And
Okay.
I can see bars, but I don't know what I'm looking at, and they did go by really fast. Would you mind going back a couple so we could look for a minute? So this one is where I got lost. What am I looking at here?
So those are percentages. So in January of 2019, 32% used the mobile app to submit their request. And then 62% went on the website, and 6% contacted an employee.
Can you go back?
Sure.
Yeah. No, totally.
My 64 days, is that an average? Is that one incident that took 64 days to?
Sorry, so 64 of the requests were closed within 0 to 3 days. And we can send this out to you also electronically so you can see it a little better.
That would be great. It just went by really fast.
Sorry.
It's really fascinating information. But just to take a minute to kind of look. So
Sure.
5 incidents in January took over 12 days, 7 in February. That's what I'm seeing. Okay.
Correct.
I'm just paraphrasing my own understanding.
It'd be nice on those big ones if we had some details behind it, like what, maybe not what took it so long to be resolved, but was it a
Category?
garbage can, or
Yeah,
was it a this, or was it a that, you know?
Sure.
Yeah, likely not a garbage can,
Yeah.
more involved.
Right,
More
right, right.
involved requests, so we can certainly take a deeper dive and provide you with that information next time.
Thank you.
And then the next slide, real quick. So, okay, that one I got, the next one after, oh, that one's clear. That one, I have no idea what I'm looking at.
So it shows the results of the satisfaction survey that people took. So for example, the employee effectiveness. So in January of 2019, 7 people said that they felt that employee effectiveness was superior.
Okay.
And then so in February of 2020, 6 people said the same thing, that it was superior.
So what we're hoping, I really can't see this one. So what we're hoping for if we're just looking at employee effectiveness, so the top left, we want the red bar to go up?
No, you want the red bar to go down, because that, the result was either that they felt it was poor or below.
Okay, yeah, to see that one up close would be helpful, because I have no idea what the bottom says. So the red bar is bad,
So the red bar is bad.
the blue bar is good.
The blue bar is superior, and the orange bar is good or average.
So you want to see those two bars being higher than the red bar. And so the purpose of looking at information year over year is to see trends. And I shared this previously with council. It's been several months, but now that RUPA is on board, what I hope to do is take a deeper dive on that red bar number of responses. And if a resident or a citizen provided contact information, we're going to be following up with them and asking what could we have done differently, making sure we're really closing the loop on hearing their feedback on their experience with us.
Okay. Anybody?
It's a good first step,
It's a good first step. We'll go from there.
but from back here, you can't see
You
anything.
can't see it.
Okay,
Okay,
I apologize. We
Yeah.
pulled it together today, so we'll make sure that you get this emailed out to you, and that next time it's in a format that it's on your screens and you can see it from the dais.
Okay. And then I don't know if it's even appropriate, but is there a way to then link in those details? Like, can you click on the red bar and find out? I don't know if that's possible. These are probably pretty
We will have
primitive.
to figure that out with Bob.
Okay.
Maybe is what I'll say for now. Otherwise, we'll somehow provide you with that detail.
Okay. Well, and on the flip side, we'd like to see, what are the concerns that we do a good job of responding quickly? What type of call falls in there?
Okay.
Was there anything else for that one?
No, that's all, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any agenda additions or deletions for tonight? No? Okay. Public invited to be heard. I don't believe I have a list. Maybe? Maybe. Is there anyone who would like to speak to city council on any item not set for public hearing? Oh, just sign up, come on up. Okay, so statements are limited to 5 minutes per speaker and must be related to city business. Do you want to introduce yourself and jump on in?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Jeremy Rodriguez. I'm here on behalf of Congressman Ed Perlmutter. Before you probably see Hannah Mullen here in the past, but we've gone through some changes, and now I'm your new point of contact. So I hope I know some of you guys, and hope to get to know more of you and answer any questions that you guys may have for us, and hopefully I could, be of some help to you. So I just wanted to give you a brief update of what we're doing here in the district and what's happening in DC, specifically this week. This week, the House is going over issues related to work visas, human rights and democracy, supporting family reunification, NATO issues. There are a few others regarding veteran apprenticeships, veteran student loans, and later on in the week, they're going to go over travel bans and drug patents and military action in Iran. That's happening this week in DC. If anybody has any questions relating to any of those issues or any issues related to the federal government, would love to answer those questions for you and the residents of Northglenn. Here in the district, we have a couple of events happening coming up in March. We have the telephone town hall March 24th from 6 to 7 p.m. Details for that can be found on perlmutter.house.gov. And we also have U.S. Military Service Academy Information Day coming up on April 18th. So if there's anybody in high school, any young people who are interested in serving in the military, they can do that through academy nominations, through any particular branch of military that they're interested in serving. And with that, that's all I have for you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those for you. Otherwise, thank you for having me.
Do you have a question?
Sure.
I'm pretty sure the congressman is coming to visit with us in a few weeks. Is that correct?
Yeah, and actually, thanks for bringing that up. I wanted to thank your staff for being very helpful in setting that up and answering any questions that we may have. So they've been very prompt in getting back to us. So appreciate that. And we will be visiting. He will be doing a tour of, I don't remember the business offhand, but I believe it's a manufacturing facility here in Northglenn with deep ties to the community. So really looking forward to that.
Okay. Did you happen to bring business cards?
I do. I have some outside. I could bring those back though.
That would be
for sure. Yeah.
Oh. Anyone else have a question?
Excellent.
No,
Thank you guys.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Madam Mayor, John Algie is also signed up to speak.
Welcome. Come on over.
Okay.
Not surprised.
Yes.
Join us. Your timer is started.
Okay. All right. Well, good evening, Mayor Leidy, Mayor Pro Tem Wilford, members of council, and city staff. It's good to be back and to be in my friends and neighbors in Northglenn over from Thornton. So I have some thanks to do at the end, but I want to start with the food drive. Thornton had kind of started to catch up last week. Well, that was until Friday. So, and so you have your lead again, but we have 3 weeks to go. We have, and knock on wood, probably with what's going on with COVID-19, obviously, that's a day-to-day thing. So obviously we need to be aware of that. But still, I've had the honor of knowing a lot of you since I moved here a year and a half ago, and have, first a professional relationship, now as friends, but I still underestimate what Northglenn can do. I'm pleasantly amazed on a personal level. It's really amazing what a city could do when they work together, whatever side of the aisle you're on or in the middle, to get things done for your community. So I am very proud of all of you for that. I'm honored and humbled to call you my friends. And I sleep really good at night knowing that you're all my neighbors, because I know everything's going to be all right. So thank you all for all you do. But we have 3 more weeks coming up on the food drive. Our shopping day is going to be a week from Saturday, March 21st at Thornton Costco at 9:30. We'll take volunteers. You don't have to be in the Rotary Club to help. And then March 28th is our big distribution day. And Christy Garnez, who's the transportation coordinator of Food Bank of the Rockies, gave me some good news on Friday. They are going to provide a truck and driver to transport the food, which means I don't have to drive the truck. But more importantly, networking and reaching out to them and my experience in fighting hunger, both here and in Ohio for the last 7 years plus, I can make those relationships and make things happen to help our community. So it's pretty awesome. So actually, I want to give some thanks as well. So keep up the good work. That's me. If you want to keep the title, which I think you're going to, but you need to keep the pedal down, because I've told Thornton what they need to do. And I have a feeling they're going to probably respond if I keep nagging them enough. So, Councilor Brown, always nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, love. I've been out of town for the last couple months, but I just want to make sure that I heard that right. Apparently, right now, Northglenn is winning above Thornton, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Convincingly.
Convincingly?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, my goodness.
But don't let your foot off the gas.
I've got to go to the store this weekend.
There you go.
I've been in town.
And I want to, on that note, on Councilor Brown, on that note, I want to encourage folks, even if you don't have anything in your pantries at home, you can still go to Costco or Walmart or Target or Sam's or Sprouts or Whole Foods and get food and donate it. Even though we do go shop at Costco, we want as much participation as possible in the community, and we're encouraging hand soap as well, especially with the situation that's ongoing right now. And then the personal thanks I want to give. First, Mayor Leidy and City Manager Geyer, on behalf of our club, thank you for speaking to us last month. We had a packed house that day. We learned a lot of new things, especially with the Delta hotels at the Ramada, with Harkins Theater going in where Bed Bath & Beyond was over at Northglenn Marketplace. So it's really awesome to be part of a growing community. So thank you all for all you do on that. I'd like to thank, he's not here right now. I want to thank Graydon Washington. He stepped out for a minute with Be Good. He's taken on a leading role there. He joined our club last month. Him and his crew at Be Good have been very instrumental over the years in helping us with our food drive. And they've really stepped it up and beyond. Every time I call, they always take time to come down and let me in. They don't keep me waiting too long. But I'm flexible. I mean, the customers come first, obviously. I don't want to interfere with their business. But they always go out of their way to make sure that it's smooth. And then not to mention what they're doing here, in Northglenn and Adams County. They're one of the best cannabis folks in the state. We're very blessed to have them, in our community. And even though I don't do cannabis much, I'm a strong supporter of the industry and of Be Good specifically. So very proud of what they do. And then I want to thank Jeremy, too, for all the work that he does for Congressman Perlmutter. And so he's new coming to this body, but he's been coming to Thornton City Council since I moved. So I have that relationship with him, and obviously I'm friends with the congressman as well. In fact, I stumbled onto him on Friday at Carpenter Rec Center for the senior fair as he was walking out as I was collecting food for the food drive. And of course, was surprised. He was surprised to see me, but no, he wasn't. So we're very blessed to have him on as our congressman. So, but Jeremy does amazing work, and he is very, very proactive in letting the communities know what's going on in DC, what's going on here, and we're very blessed to have him on Ed staff, most definitely. So,
Okay, and your
and I think
Oscar music is playing.
It is. It's long. I'm long-winded. You know me.
Oscar,
So
you are out of time, my friend.
thank you. All right. I'll see y'all soon. Thank you very much.
John, thank you for coming. I appreciate that even though it is a friendly competition that you come and help promote it each council meeting. I appreciate you being here.
And then, if I may add, we help out Good Shepherd Presbyterian Church and Immaculate Heart of Mary Catholic Church here in Northglenn. In fact, I helped out Good Shepherd this morning unloading their truck, and Food for Hope and Thornton Community Food Bank in Thornton. Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
See you later. Okay, anybody else? No? All right, thank you so much. Okay, so we are moving into communications. I will start with Ward 1.
Okay, well, I just have one thing to share. I had the pleasure of attending the Legislative Day under the Dome with Mayor Leidy was there, and Mayor Pro Tem Wilford was there as well. And we got to meet with Senator Winter and also House Representative Mullica and do a nice tour of the Dome and everything. It was a great experience, and I'm really glad I got to go. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
I got a few things, and most of them are coming from legislative policy as well. So do you want to do that separate or just
No,
part of
jump
it? Okay. Communication. Like many of you, I went to the Ralston House fundraiser dinner last night, so it's wonderful to be a part of a great cause. Let's see here. Anything library between basically now and middle towards end of April is doing almost a nightly series on civic engagement in so many different ways. And they do so much good work and in terms of promoting civic engagement and responsibility and positivism and opportunity. They are having things for all ages, adults, young children, high school. They are having historical reenactors. They are having film engagements. They are having discussions, seminars. And so really check out the Anythink Libraries webpage on what they're doing through the month of March and April. Just truly a myriad of civic engagement opportunities. And so I think that's important for the city to be aware of. Let's see. All right, so this is speaking then for Legislative Policy Committee. Many of our peers attended the Legislative Day, Northglenn Legislative Day on March 5th. We talked a little bit in committee about next year as we do this to maybe do it a little earlier, as well as maybe making it a little bit more targeted in the sense of having more of a lobbying focus on certain bills that are going to be real important for Northglenn. But it went well for those of you that attended. Let's see. Okay, bills. House Bill 1349. This is the bill for a public health care option that was just recently dropped in the legislature. And so we'll see how this develops. And this is going to be an issue of import for many of us. And so this is going to require an insurer to offer a Colorado option healthcare plan. And so we're going to look into that a little bit more. House Bill 1351, and this is a bill that CML initiated on affordable housing. And what this does is this opens up a zoning ordinance for local land ownership to establish affordable rental units. And so we favor this bill, and we support this. This expands local control over our zoning and a way of addressing some of the affordable housing shortages in our community. House Bill 1335 is a homeless tax credit. This is a bill we chose to monitor, and this is almost a recategorization of enterprise zones within the legislature, and maybe it looks like they're going to open this up, Madam Mayor, to the entire state. It still allows for a $750,000 charitable contribution, but it allows what we view as a broader pool for people to be able to contribute for these things, and it changes the tax credit to broaden it to enterprise zones. And so we're in favor of this bill as well. Just a few more. Appreciate everybody's patience on this. Senate Bill 189. This is a local control of pesticide usage. And we took a look at this in a couple different ways. The positives of the bill, from as we understand it, is that this allows a locality like us to be able to go higher with regulating pesticide usage than the state standards do as administered by the Department of Agriculture. At the same time, we all expressed a similar concern about a potential patchwork of local legislation, whereas a consumer we could ban something or have a higher standard in Northglenn, and somebody could cross city lines and buy the same product legally that we want reduced here in Northglenn. So we have some doubts about the efficacy of this bill, but we also like the aspect that it allows Northglenn some local control. So we took a position to monitor this bill. The last two bills are House Bill 1355, which requires the safe storage of firearms, and it requires when a firearm is sold, a locking device to be included with that. And we found that to be in support and in concert with some of the programs that we have locally to enforce civic safety, as well as House Bill 1356, which requires the lost or stolen firearm to be reported to law enforcement within 48 hours. So that's a legislative review. And then finally, I'll be attending, along with many of you, the Adams 12 Safe Community Seminar on Wednesday, addressing the all too serious and unfortunate topic of recent youth suicide.
Very much. I'd like to personally welcome back Councilmember Brown. We're so happy to have you.
Thank you very much. I actually last week took my first meeting with the Youth Commission. That was great. They're just a great group of kids, kind of easing into things. One of the things that I eased into was my mail, because apparently it takes a college degree to go through the mail and get rid of the not so wanted and the wanted. So I started to go through my mail, and I just wanted to thank the community members. I felt like it was Valentine's Day, you know, when you used to have the bag in school and you're pulling out Valentine's cards. I got so many with the family. It was not just me, but I got so many personal cards and letters. And one of the things that I really love about Northglenn is the community and how people care for each other. And this little experience just reminded me how many great people we have in our city. And it made me, I had to take a break because they got a little overwhelming, and then I came back and I did some more. But it was just so thoughtful of everybody that reached out to the family and people that sent flowers to California, including the city. We really appreciate that. The people that sent flowers to the house after we got back because they wanted to make me happy. I just really love the city of Northglenn residents, and I really appreciate you being there for me during this time. Thank you.
Neat.
Ward 3.
Great. Ward 3. All right. So I don't have a lot of updates, just I guess two. So, it's been a while since we've updated this. Okay, so we did have an AdCog Transportation Forum meeting on Wednesday, February 26th, which is just the Adams County transportation folks sitting in a meeting and talking about transportation, of course. I did get elected to be the vice chair of that group, and we talked about the same thing we talked about the next day at the NADA meeting, which is the end line and what's happening with it with RTD. So we had a great update from Henry from RTD at the NADA meeting, really kind of talking about how he still feels like the contractor, RRP, will be able to hand over the projects to RTD by May 4th. That's their next kind of deadline that they need to make. This May 4th transaction needs to happen so that RTD could do their appropriate testing to have the line open by August. So they are still hoping for an August opening date. Now, we are getting weekly updates from RTD on what that's going to be looking like, and of course, everyone is putting a lot of pressure on RTD to make sure that that transition happens. Regardless of everything that contractor is doing and the huge fiasco it's caused, we're hoping that may happens. So they're hopeful. We also did meet Paul Ballard, who is the new interim GM, general manager for RTD. And his number one priority is opening the end line. And so one thing that I expressed during that NADA meeting is just, I think locals really just want a good, honest communication stream with RTD. And if we are not going to be having that August opening date, or if we're seeing more issues with the contractor moving forward, please just be honest with us and have that conversation so that we could tell our residents, what's actually going on. And they agreed to that, and so did the new interim GM. So they are pretty passionate. It's definitely happening in 2020. I'm not holding my breath for any of it, but, I think we can all. That's my biggest update. Yes, ma'am?
Do they have a contingency plan in place, or if that doesn't get signed on the 4th? Did they share that with you?
There is no plan. So a lot of it is, so the contractor unfortunately has a large amount of work that it needs to do. And we did have a tour back in February where, local electeds went through and they looked at the additional stops and the additional work that needed to be done, and it was kind of depressing. The communication from those who attended, they were really overwhelmed with the amount of work the contractor still has to do. Unfortunately, the way the contract is written, there's not really much RTD can do to actually hold them accountable, so that's like another issue on top of the whole thing. Hot mess. But I think there are no other backups. We need them to finish this work. We don't really have any other way to get around that. Mm-hmm. So as soon as they're able to do that and transfer that to RTD, then RTD could do their additional testing, which takes time as well. So if it's delayed on the 4th, it'll delay the August. And there's nothing else that they're planning.
Yes, thank you. I want to echo my appreciation for the return of Becky Brown. I don't really have anything to report, but I do want to remind our residents in Ward 4 that March the 19th, Thursday evening, we will have our Ward 4 meeting, and I hope to see all of you there. We always have great turnout, so just keep it up.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. Building on to what Councilmember Esquivel said, our ward meeting is next Thursday. We've got a slight time change. We'll be starting at 6:30 p.m. and we'll have a meet and greet at 6:15. We'll be at Westview Elementary. We're asking residents to please bring a non-perishable food item to help ensure that we continue that strong lead against our neighbors in Thornton for the food drive. We'll be providing a limited number of free energy kits, so LED light bulbs so that folks can replace any of their older light bulbs that they may have and save some energy. And we'll be discussing how to save money with water and energy usage, snow removal, level of service, our new SPEED program, and we'll be sharing information about the homelessness community task force. So I hope that residents will come out and join us. Also, just want to flag that we'll be rotating the location of our board meetings throughout the year, so they won't just be in one location. I'm going to try and change it up and visit other parts of the ward this year. Secondly, the Croak Reservoir Subcommittee met, I think, last week for their last, for one of their last meetings. So at this last meeting, they really circled up to try and determine what the recommendations that they make about improvements to the reservoir in Zanahay Park, what those might look like. They've got one more meeting scheduled for next Wednesday to wrap up their recommendations and formally submit a report to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. From there, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board will have a discussion and determine what they want to recommend to our council as we consider building on the 2021 budget. I also attended the Ralston House dinner as well as the lobby day and won't spend too much time talking about that, but did want to call out and extend a personal thanks to Mayor Pro Tem of Thornton, Jessica Sangren, who was fantastic enough to join us in our lobby day. I really appreciated the spirit of regional collaboration that we share with our neighbors in Thornton, and was just really appreciative of the recognition that we all are working on the same issues and that we're ultimately stronger together as a community. The last thing I wanted to raise up is instead of asking for this item to be moved on the agenda, I'm opting just to share a few points about it here. So Council Resolution 59, this is the Charge Ahead Colorado grant acceptance. I just wanted to lift this up as a really fantastic opportunity for our community. So this is a grant through the Colorado Energy Office as well as the Regional Air Quality Control Commission. And basically what will happen is we're going to install a level 2 charging station for an electric vehicle at the maintenance operations facility in Northglenn. It'll have 2 spaces for 2 electric vehicles to charge. And to my knowledge, this is our first EV charging station in the city. And I'm excited for us to continue down this pathway and to have a more robust conversation about transportation electrification when we have our sustainability conversation. So just wanted to lift that up as a point and that we're heading in the right direction. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. So that is part of the consent agenda today, so thank you for elevating that. I have a couple of things on Read Across America Day, one of my favorite days. I was able to read at 2 Northglenn schools. I was at Leroy Drive Elementary in a 5th grade class. They were amazing, so much fun. And then I was also at the Studio School in a 1st grade class. And Read Across America Day is also Dr. Seuss's birthday, and it's just a fun day to read to kids. So if you don't have that opportunity to kind of seek it out, I'll remind you in 2021. The other thing, I did also attend the legislative day, which was great. Thankful to our legislators that hosted us. The Ralston House event, always a good cause, always a fun event. I always spend a lot of money because it's for the children. No, it is an amazing organization, and really thankful that they are in Northglenn and part of our community and supporting our students and our community and our children. So very happy to do that. I wanted to call attention to a couple of things. Saturday will be the Farmers Highline Canal Cleanup Day. So you can park at City Hall, and it starts at 8:30 in the morning. And it's just a really great way to help us clean up our city. Get some exercise, be outside. I've already checked the weather. It's supposed to be beautiful. And so we're looking for about 100 volunteers. So round up some friends, round up some kids, and join us. Lunch will be provided at 11 o'clock, at E.B. Rains Memorial Park, and it will also be this month's Mingle with the Mayor event. So I will be there. Our Parks and Rec Director, Amanda Peterson, will be there. She'll do a presentation on kind of the current status of some things happening in the Parks Department. And it'll just be a great way to connect and hang out and have some lunch and just get to know each other. So I hope you can make it to that event. And I will also be attending the 5-Star Gala fundraiser for Adams 12 Schools on Saturday. So, Joanna, do you have any updates today?
I have nothing tonight, Mayor.
Okay. Heather?
Mayor and council, I have several, so bear with me. It'll just take a few minutes. That's okay. So I'm pleased to announce that the city is the first place recipient for the NLC City Cultural Diversity Award for a population of 50,000 and under. Category NLC noted that your city's program, Northglenn Arts, is a shining example of diversity and total community collaboration and partnership. I don't know for a fact if this is our first National League of Cities award, but I think it is, so I need to do some digging on that. Councilmember Joyce Downing is in DC for the Congressional Cities Conference, and she did accept this award on the city's behalf this morning at the Diversity Breakfast celebration. So thank you for council support, in particular Councilmember Esquivel for nudging staff to submit the nomination, and very pleased that we received this recognition. I will schedule an opportunity at a future council meeting for council to officially receive the award. It's a beautiful glass trophy, and we will do that at a future meeting. First update. The second update for you is based on the great weather that we're experiencing today, we officially have newly poured concrete at Kiwanis Pool. So I just wanted to show you that picture. The project's moving forward, and again, we provided the contractor with a date of April 15th. So I'll keep you advised if there's going to be any time changes on that, but that project is moving forward. This Thursday, we do have our kickoff meeting for the Homelessness Community Task Force. We have 37 individuals that responded to wanting to participate in the task force. We did not turn anyone away, and we actually accepted a few more people that missed the deadline. So we have a good mix of residents and service providers. So Councilmember Catherine Goff has responded that she'll be participating. Rupa's going to get an email out to council. If you plan on joining us on Thursday night, go ahead and let her know so we can plan for your participation. Looking forward to Thursday night's meeting. It's going to be an organizational meeting where we really inform the task force about the purpose as council envisions their role, next steps in terms of what they hope to accomplish, what additional information they want to know as we move forward in the second meeting, as well as introduction of themselves. It's a big group, so I want to make sure that they have an opportunity to introduce themselves because they'll be spending time with one another as we move forward, all leading up to hoping to have recommendations before budget season. We also will, at the second meeting, select a chair. So someone, whether it be a resident or a service provider, that feels called to step up and take a leadership role and work with staff to help lead this community task force in developing recommendations. Next update on traffic unit motorcycles. So this was brought up by Councilmember Wilford at the last couple study sessions ago about whether or not we could utilize electric motorcycles for our traffic unit. And we did do some research in reaching out to Westminster and then just really checking in on a national level to see if anybody is using electric motorcycles. There's some challenges in doing so. Westminster actually uses electric motorcycles for their park patrol. So I'm not recommending that we move forward with these types of vehicles for our traffic unit. However, staff will continue to explore the use of these vehicles for other uses throughout the city, which wraps into our overall sustainability plan. So if you have any questions about specifics to that, I'm happy to answer them. We went ahead and I gave Chief direction to go ahead and get that bid out last week, so that way we can have those 2 motorcycles that council gave us support for, ready for the launch of our traffic unit coming up here in the spring. Diana did send out an email to you about next Monday night's meeting. It's a celebration of youth in our community, so just make sure you take a look at that detailed agenda for next week's meeting. And then the last thing I have is a coronavirus update, and I'll ask Rupa to come up and walk you through the steps that the city's taking to provide education and awareness on COVID.
Okay, so hopefully you guys can see this presentation this time. Okay, so there have been over 420 cases reported to the CDC in the United States and 9 known cases in Colorado, with 1 reported in Larimer County today. Out of the 9 cases, 7 have completed its investigations, and all 7 cases contracted COVID-19 either from traveling internationally or coming into contact out of state with somebody that had COVID-19. It's important to note that there are no known community transmissions in Colorado. A community transmission is when COVID-19 is contracted within the community rather than contracting it internationally and bringing it back. And currently, city services are operating as normal, but we are ramping up our prevention efforts by providing additional hand sanitizing areas in public facilities and disinfecting high traffic areas more frequently. The leadership team and key staff members right now are reviewing emergency operations protocols and contingency plans should an outbreak occur. And Tri-County Health Department is the lead agency, and we will be following their lead and guidance. We are also closely monitoring information coming from the Colorado Department of Public Health and the CDC. So this slide has guidelines from the CDC that we're following and making sure our employees are aware of. And really the most important thing to know is that if you're sick, stay home. In addition, COVID-19 is a respiratory transmission, so make sure you cover coughs and sneezes and avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands. So this slide shows the communication that we've had with the public. So our communications team has put together several posts on our social media platforms to share information with the public, and here's some examples. So these are from, I think, our Facebook page, and I don't know if you can read it, but so on some of these, we have interacted with almost 800 people. So our reach is pretty big with these posts. And the other thing, too, that the communications department will share later this week is that Saturday's Highland Canal cleanup is still happening, but to also let the public know that if you're not feeling well, then please stay home. And the other thing that we have updated is on our website, which so this is our webpage for the public, so they can get the most updated information. Shows how the city is responding, where you can find accurate information, what you can do to prevent the spread of it, what should I do if I think I'm sick or that I have coronavirus, information from Adams 12, and also information from Tri-County that they just released about spring break guidelines. Travel plans, so this is information from the CDC. And then this is our general emergency preparedness, what we do as a city.
One other piece of new information that just came out today is Tri-County Health is going to be doing a community town hall on Wednesday from 7 to 8:30 p.m. So we'll be sharing that information once they post it to their social media channels, and that'll be a way for businesses and community as a whole to stay engaged in the efforts that Tri-County Health is moving forward with. Any questions for us?
I have a couple questions. So are we offering any additional sick time if someone gets confirmed positive with COVID?
At this point, I'm not offering any additional sick time. We have done a review of our sick leave balances, and I think it's one of those things that we're going to wait and see how things go. We're encouraging employees to stay home if they are sick, but certainly if an employee is in the situation that they find themselves not to have leave balance, I'm not going to require that employee to take unpaid leave. But I haven't issued an official administrative guideline saying otherwise.
Okay.
So that's something that we're looking at this week. Tomorrow, I'm hoping to get out an administrative guideline that requires employees to self-report if they do end up testing positive with COVID-19, to let us know to stay home, and that way they don't come to one of our facilities and create exposure. So we're also looking at telecommuting options. I know that's something that you and I have talked about. And so I think we'll get there, but not there yet.
Well, and the only thing I'd really like to stress, especially with this time off, is there's also a period of quarantine that an individual will have to go through. So as in after, even if you're feeling better, we actually don't want you back here for a period of time. And so just following CDC guidance on that. Another question that I have is based off of, I have not read CDC's new guidelines regarding spring break. And I just got an email from my school today saying, hey, Northglenn is sending out all of this great spring break camp information in our Tuesday Newsday folders tomorrow. So how does that impact spring break programming?
So right now, none of our programs are impacted because we have not experienced an exposure in our community. Certainly, this is a day-to-day basis. So if something happens between now and that program, even the day of, we will cancel programs. I did share with council via email last week that we did have 2 youth swimmers and a swim coach that were supposed to travel to King County, Washington this week. That's the location of exposure, and based on media reports and the fact that we had an option to send the swimmers to another state that has not experienced exposure, we went ahead and canceled that trip and rescheduled them to Wisconsin. So we are taking each situation on a case-by-case basis. That also includes staff travel. So we have a spreadsheet that we've compiled of all planned staff travel that's upcoming. Rupa and I are scheduled to go to Portland in mid-April for the Government Alliance for Race and Equity training, and Portland has declared a state of emergency. So that's an example of travel that's really up in the air. We will not be going on that trip if that holds. So we're in constant communication. I'm holding weekly meetings on Friday mornings with our leadership team, which really comprises our emergency response team. And that's how we're moving forward.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Corey, do you have anything today?
I just thought I'd add one quick item, and that is that the city's electronic participation policy that you adopted a couple of months ago is actually being circulated as an example of a good electronic remote participation policy in the event of pandemic. So CML circulated it in various places as a good example of something to just, as if you need it, it's there.
Nice, thank you. So to that point, have we figured out the technology for that? I know we were still working on that.
Yeah, Bob and I will have we're having continued discussions about it. Right now, Zoom technology is probably the best option for us to use. So we'll provide council with additional guidance on that. But we've got the policy in place now. It's just the logistics of making sure we can execute on it. So more to come on that front. Hopefully, we don't have to use that, but.
That's it.
Well, I'm going to jump back to that for a second. So, but we didn't write it based on this. So is it an option for council members that are absent starting now?
There is a portion that deals with non-emergency situations and a portion that deals with emergency situations. So this would be that second part that deals with emergency situations, and one of the examples given, believe it or not, is a pandemic.
Okay.
So there is a mechanism in the participation policy if having council together is a public health risk, to actually have the meeting remotely.
Okay, and the other part, the non-emergent, so just for an example, Councilmember Downing is working for us this week, but she's in DC. If she wanted to participate, could she have said, hey, I want to be there via
Yes.
Zoom tonight?
She could have, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so
And
that's-
one person who's ill, even without, it
Yeah.
spreading, that's still an option.
Okay.
It doesn't have to, there's a mechanism in place if someone is ill and wants to participate, that remote participation policy is there.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure all of council heard that it is an option. And so the procedure is just to contact the city manager to request.
Yes, myself or our city clerk, Joanna Small, in advance of the meeting preferably, so we can make sure we get the technology set up.
Okay, thank you. All righty, so the consent agenda. How are we doing? Yes? Ooh, the vote is open. Please vote.
I've been gone for 2 months. Where do I vote? What do I do? Right there. Thank you. Very much.
You're welcome.
I'll close that vote, and the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Excellent. Okay, we are going to begin with public hearings. So we have public hearing CB 1942. Joanna, will you read the title?
A bill, excuse me, a bill for an ordinance amending section 2-8-1, parent A of the Northglenn Municipal Code regarding city departments.
I will now open the public hearing on CB 1942. Is there anyone who would like to speak either for or against? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. All right, moving into ordinances on second reading, CB 1942. Do you want to read the title again?
Not necessarily. Just heard it.
We previously heard the title, so we don't need to read it twice. Is there a motion to approve it?
Move for approval. Second.
City Manager Guyer, do you have any additional details to share?
Just briefly, for the public's benefit, this is creation of a Human Resources Department. Previously, Human Resources was a division of our Management Services Department, and I'm reorging the department to be a Department of Human Resources, which may also be referred to as a Department of People and Organizational Culture. Emphasis on culture because of the important role that culture plays in really being the backbone to all the activities that take place in providing the city services that we do. I also mentioned in the staff memo where I've restructured the other divisions that previously fell within management services. So later on in this meeting, you're also considering a title change to the management services director position to Director of Human Resources, and happy to answer any questions that council may have on this item.
I have, sure. So I'm looking at the memo and it says the Department of Human Resources, and then in parentheses, which may also be referred to as. What does that mean? Like, is it going to be interchangeable? Is it going to be one or the other, and we just haven't decided per this memo? Or?
No, so the reason I did it this way is I want to just plant the seeds, if you will, and really start building awareness about the importance of the important role that HR plays in shaping organizational culture. We are a service organization, so we have about 278 employees, full-time, part-time. And so I envision our new Human Resources Director to really take a leadership role throughout the organization. HR touches every end of our organization, not only from a recruitment and training perspective, but also from an ongoing professional development perspective. This individual is going to be instrumental in helping shape our race and equity initiative, as well as maintaining the work and the groundwork that we've laid with implementation of our employee engagement survey. So the reason I went ahead and kept Department of People and Organizational Culture is for that very reason, that I don't think our organization is there yet in having that title, but it is a trend that I'm seeing across the nation with local government jurisdictions. City and County of Broomfield have a really unique title. Adams County has a really unique title where they've moved away from what you would call the traditional human resources classification. Part of why I pulled back from this also that's at play is we currently have a department called Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services. And in order to tweak the name to that department, that would prompt a whole separate process. So in an effort to keep things simple and moving forward, we will, on a day-to-day basis, use human resources. But when I'm interacting with staff and this individual is interacting with staff, the emphasis on people and culture is going to be there. Does that help?
Sort of. Does anyone else have any questions? We're good. Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
Please open the vote.
The vote is open. Okay, I'll close the vote on CB 1942 on second reading, and it passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay. Ordinances on first reading, CB 1943. Joanna, will you read the title?
A bill for an ordinance amending Article 11 of Chapter 9 of the Northglenn Municipal Code by the addition of a new Section 9-11-13, creating abatement procedures for recurring and significant nuisances.
Move for approval.
Second.
City Manager, do you have, Brooke. Brooke, do you have any presentation for us on this one? The significant nuisances.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I would just add that if there's any questions of what the information is provided in the staff report, I'm happy to elaborate. Otherwise, what we're essentially trying to accomplish here is for those type of chronic violators that go above and beyond 3 violations within a given year. This is for those that are even more intense and extensive, in which we are trying to provide an expedited process in order to be able to enforce against them.
Any question? Yes.
First of all, I just want to thank you so much for bringing this forward. Is there any update from what's going on Melody and that particular business? Thank you.
Mr.
Yes, is there an update?
We have a scheduled court date for that, and so I believe, I apologize, I don't know the date, but I believe it's later this month.
Okay.
Or it's the first hearing in April,
Okay.
is when that's going before the judge. So we have a game plan on how we're going to address that.
Awesome.
In terms of dealing with the alleged tenant.
Great, thank you so much.
But I would add that that is precisely the type of case that this is geared towards in the future, that has a significant impact on neighbors based on the severity of conduct, to have an expedited process.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I fully appreciate it as well. We have a handful, unfortunately, of properties, and I know our residents are going to be really thankful, so thank you for doing this. Please open the vote.
The vote is open. I'll close that vote, and CB 1943 on first reading passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, moving into resolution, CR 57. Joanna, will you read the title?
A resolution approving addendum number 1 to the professional services agreement between the City of Northglenn and Atkins for the Community Center Drive Bridge Rehabilitation Project.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, Kent is here to present to us. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. I'm Kent Kisselman, Director of Public Works. Yes, so this is for our Community Center Drive Bridge. This is addendum to Atkins contract. The first portion of that effort was to assess the bridge and determine what remedies or what fixes were necessary to keep that bridge in good working condition and extend the life cycle of that bridge. In 2016, CDOT, they inspect our bridges, and this bridge is rated at an 84, which is very good. So there is no life safety issues with this bridge currently. This is simply an oversight on the bridge that needs to be addressed to extend the life cycle of that bridge so we ensure that it lasts well into the future. Atkins will be preparing the construction documents, assisting with the bidding documents, and then doing the construction oversight on the project. So we'll be bidding that when we get the plans completed. The easiest visually, it's if you've read the executive summary or any of the report. I'm not a structural engineer, I'm a civil engineer, and I get confused on some of this stuff. So the easiest way is as you drive the bridge, the two entryways, so as you incline on the bridge from both ways on the east and the west, those abutments are the issue that's going to be addressed. So slabs will come up, the mechanical wall, the block wall, so to say, when you see it from I-25, all that will be removed all the way down to the abutments, and work will be done, and then they'll build all that back up, and the bridge will be in great shape.
And can you tell me, how long are we expecting, if at all, for that roadway, for the bridge to be closed?
I don't recall if they put that in here. It'll be a two-phased approach. So like the lanes will be shifted to one side or the other as they do the work on the side. So there will be an impact, but we'll try to minimize that impact.
Okay, great, thank you.
And as we get closer to, construction documents and bidding purposes, then we'll know exactly what that contractor timeline is. So, does this one provide? No, I don't believe that'll be one of those coming up, provide the timeline, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, please open the vote.
The vote is open. We'll close that vote, and CR 57 passes unanimously.
Okay, CR 60. Joanna, will you read the title?
A resolution adopting a traffic calming policy for the City of Northglenn, Colorado.
And Kent Kisselman is back.
Hi again.
Hello.
I have a handout that you've seen before, but I'd like to pass that out if that's okay.
Okay.
I just visually have it on a slide on a PowerPoint. Would you like that on the screen?
Oh, be careful, don't fall.
Good recovery.
Thanks, Cam. If there's anybody else.
I need one for the record.
Okay, so we met just a few weeks ago with our traffic calming policy. So this is the actual policy of the program. So the entire thing is a program. The chief's police cars, the no need for speed, the policy, and all the reductions. But this is the actual changing of the policy. So we really did 3 major changes on that, and they're highlighted in the memo, which is we went from a current single resident to 5 resident signatures to do the study. We reduced the speeding of the vehicles from 7 miles an hour down to 5 miles an hour. And we clearly are stating that once we've done a study, we'll wait a complete year until we do another study. So we have several studies that we're going to be, that we're back, that we did beginning in like 2017 and 18. And we're gonna kind of just start on that list. We'll retest those areas, and we have several requests that have come in since we began this process that we've kind of been, you know, I use the word tin canning, you know, kicking along a little bit and saying, we're developing, you know, wait till we get the process done and you're gonna see the benefits and a better policy and process to do. So the sheet that you've been given kind of really just encompasses the entire package. You know, we do step one, which is the petition phase, and then we're collecting the data, and then we're validating that request, and then we're implementing our No Need for Speed program, which will be launched later this spring. And then we install the temporary measures, and we're doing our community outreach, and then developing, pending funding, a permanent resolution, or continuing to educate and provide enforcement in those areas. And other than that, unless you have any questions, then I'm happy to answer. Oh boy, here come hands.
Yeah, so I don't actually remember which forum this came up in, but this may be a question also for Chief May. So some of our traffic calming strategies, I think I raised a question a couple weeks ago, can speed humps, as an example, be used as a deterrent for illegal activity? So considering one of our nuisance addresses, there's the property concerns in addition to the traffic flow that's really heavy. And so there is a resident that's gonna bring forward that idea of, can we use a traffic calming strategy to help limit illegal activity in a neighborhood? Am I making sense?
You are. Chief, did you want to share anything, any perspective on that before I jump in?
Yeah, I think, Mayor, Council, good evening. I think, doing several things, I think cameras for us, trying to identify those vehicles first, because, if they come in there and then contact the drivers that way, rather than actually setting up speed bumps on the street that I don't think really warrants it for that. So I think that's probably the best route right now, and we're working with a group to see if we can provide those cameras down there. So.
Okay, just to know that that's coming.
What I would add to what Chief May just shared is that I would say it depends on the situation. So I think these are tools in our toolbox. And so even if something's not initiated through this program, as we deal with some of these challenging nuisance issues, this is a tool that we can use. So if, there could be a situation where there's a high rate of speeding vehicles through a particular neighborhood, whether it be a cul-de-sac or a street, and we can always look at that as an option to help decrease speeding vehicles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Right, and so I have a couple of questions for you. Okay, so one is, I'm not seeing anywhere in this resolution, when does this policy go into effect? Is it immediately
After
upon
you
us
vote.
signing? Okay, so tomorrow, a resident could call and initiate this process. Okay, just wanted to double check. Additionally, I just want to share some perspective here. When I ran in 2017, I was knocking on doors and met a woman who had gone through the process of having a speed study done on her street. It was determined that there was in fact an issue, and the next step was for her to go and collect petition signatures, which we've talked about in depth, just how many obstacles that created for her. She, at the time, was physically unable to go and collect petition signatures, and so was never able to move forward in the process. And so I just want to pose the question to council: what do we do in the event that a resident is physically unable to collect petition signatures? And I don't have an answer. I'm just asking for you all. Do we have a policy? Do we want to talk about that and think it through?
I had a thought.
Actually, let's go ahead and let council start discussing, Diana.
One of the thoughts I had is if that particular resident was in my ward and we're looking at 5 signatures, and the resident came forward and requested assistance, I would probably be inclined to help get the signatures.
And the city has an existing ADA coordinator that could be contacted.
Fantastic.
Perfect.
So that person already exists in the city, and we could assist that way.
Okay, great. That's perfect. I appreciate that. That makes total sense to me. Then 2 last questions, and I'm done here. One is, I see we've got the requirement for proof of residency. So are we asking residents to collect the petition signatures as well as either take a photo of somebody's water bill? Like, who has the burden of providing that information of residency? Will the city take a look, and if they can't verify, they'll reach out?
Yeah, I would think it very similar, and it'll be fluid. I don't know that there's a hard and fast rule for that, but similar to when we collect the tree, the green waste, you know, the driver drives up and he shows either his bill or where he lives or an ID, and then that suffices, and they're able to drop off their tree branches. So very similar to this, you know, we just want to know that these are Northglenn residents, you know, that we're responding to.
Okay.
So
cool.
very simple process.
All right. I appreciate that. I just want to make
Yeah.
sure we're not
No.
adding more roadblocks and more
Fingerprints.
setbacks for people to be frustrated with. So that's,
Head
yeah,
scan.
fingerprints, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the last piece is, I'm curious if you know off the top of your head, and if you don't, that's totally okay. How many cases do we have in which a resident has, you know, complained there's been the speed study done, and then and we knew it was a problem, but we didn't collect, but they didn't collect signatures, so we didn't take action?
1.
Is it the Melody Drive?
Yes.
It is.
Okay. Are we going to ask that individual to start over and collect 5 petition signatures, or are we going to move forward with them, since it's only the one case?
Yeah, we're gonna wait a little bit, and then we're gonna put the radars out, because we just put out the
Speed
speed trailers, so we don't want to get a false reading, so
Okay.
we'll surprise them. And, you know, and as we're using radars, they're not gonna see them, so sometime soon, coming on Melody, north of the Rotary, we'll be tracking data for 7 days.
That was very discreet, thank you. And I just want to pass along my thanks from the resident on Melody Drive. You all taking her email and putting the speed trailers out really made her feel heard, and she definitely, in our conversations, appreciates this approach. So thanks for all of your work.
You're welcome, thank you.
I actually just had a process question. Are those speed trailers actually collecting the data, or is there a different radar that collects the data?
We have different ones that do, so we have 3 ways to collect data. We can collect data through those traffic trailers, but it's going to be tainted, so to say. I mean, because people are going to see them and they're
Because
going
they
to slow
see it and
down.
they slow down.
So it'll give us an average daily traffic count, which we
Okay.
could use, so that's helpful to know how many cars are traveling through the neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have the tubular counters that we'll now be using on arterials, and so those are the tubes that you bump, run over. And now we have the radars that'll be, you know, hidden or attached to something.
And those are the sneaky ones.
That's right.
Okay.
And we're gonna order a couple more of those because we have kind of a backlog of things to take care of. So
Okay.
we want to be collecting a lot of data here in the next couple months.
And then just a quick question about the data that you're collecting. So the proposed is the 85th percentile speed is 5 miles. So are you taking all of the data and you're taking an average of that? And then if
Yeah, how it
the
works
average
is
is above 5 miles per hour?
right. So if you had 100 cars
Okay.
and 85 of those are traveling at 27 or 26 or 25, then the data is good. There's no speeding in the area. But if 85 of those vehicles are traveling at or above our new 5-mile-an-hour limit, then that's when the speed study is further warranted.
Okay.
And we even look, sorry to interrupt, but we even look now a little bit further, because even that 15%, at the top can tell you something. You know, it can say, you know, we had one study where I don't recall what street, but somebody was going like 65 miles an hour in a 25, you know, and we can't capture that data, but if you look at that 15%, and if 15% of those people are traveling at 40 miles an hour, even though 85% of the people aren't, it still would be something that we want to look at. So there's you know, we don't just do a hard and fast line at 85. We go ahead and look at that extra 15% to see if there could be a further underlying issue that we can look at as well.
And then my final question is, when are the signs going to be available for folks to put in their yards? I love the signs on Melody. I think it's really cute what they did the two. But I was just curious, when are the official signs?
I think that's going to be launching in May. We're going to put that in the April connection, and then around May 1st, the No Need for Speed program is going to be in full force.
Great, thank you.
The policy changes tomorrow if adopted by City Council this evening, and then the official launch will happen in April with the program, No Need for Speed program, beginning in May.
Great, thanks, Kat. Please open the vote.
The vote is open. I will close that vote, and CR 60 passes unanimously.
Okay, CR 61. Joanna, will you read the title?
A resolution delegating underground damage prevention safety authority to the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment.
Kent, is this you too?
Corey's going to help me on this one.
All right.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. During the 2018 legislative session, the legislature passed a bill that basically said you need to have an underground damage prevention entity. The state created one, but it allowed home rule municipalities, if they so desired, to create their own commission. This resolution, if adopted, would defer to the state and have the state entity do this rather than the city creating its own entity.
Okay, any questions?
Is there a cost associated with it? Is there what?
There's no cost with delegating this to an existing agency at the state. There would be a cost, certainly in staff time and in additional resources. It is a problem in the city of Northglenn, as in other places. You've seen where they've hit our lines on excavation projects, and this is an enforcement mechanism that the state is probably better able to do because they have an entity that is created for this sole purpose.
Okay, please open the vote.
I don't think there was a motion.
Oh, sorry.
Move for
Just
approval.
Second. Moving along.
Sorry, we gotta do this.
Now the vote's open.
Thank you.
I'll close that vote, and CR 61 passes unanimously.
Okay, CR 62. Joanna, will you read the title?
A resolution approving a professional services agreement between the City of Northglenn and Felsberg, Holt, and Ullvig for the 120th Avenue Improvements Project.
Move for approval. Second.
Welcome back.
Here I am again. This one is for our 120th Avenue design improvements. I'm going to kind of, since this is such a big project, I'm going to kind of walk through the memo that's here for purposes. So the Denver Regional Council of Governments awarded the city, which is Dr. Cog, of course, awarded the city a TIP grant in the amount of $8,746,250. It includes almost $7 million in federal funds with a local match, and that's split 80-20. And additionally, the Carl's Farm project has committed $2.45 million of the project to build their share of the improvements along 120th. In June of last year, we entered into agreement with Stanley Consultants. If you recall, they helped us with the other TIP project on 112th. So they're really good at working with CDOT in this process. So again, they're helping us once again. They helped us put out the bid information to obtain the quotes that we received for this. And we're selecting or proposing to select FHU for this project. We issued the request for proposals on December 6th. The staff selection team reviewed the proposals with responsiveness, layout, organization, readability, and qualitative content. And it was determined that FHU provided the highest quality report, and there was no need for interviews. So at this time, we're recommending that this move forward with a design project contract in the amount not to exceed of $1,036,774. $1,036,774. And the budget and time implications, these are, again, very preliminary because we haven't even had them on board yet. But we would hope to we have the IGA approval this evening, and then begin preparing the construction and bidding documents for the first 3 quarters of this year. Begin construction in 2021, quarter 1, with a project completion of quarter 1 of 2022. Again, we want to be cautious of those dates. They're placeholders for now. We'll know more when we get the construction documents completed and we get a contractor on board.
And just a quick clarification, based on what you said, Kent, tonight's approval, ask of council is for the contract with FHU. You previously already approved the IGA for the project.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I say something?
Yeah, that's okay.
So can I ask I understand what we're voting on right now, but the Carl's Farm project, is there an anticipated start date? I'm wondering how these dates line up, I guess is my question, because what I don't want is for us to spend the money on a section that then gets destroyed by vehicles or water digging under the street to do the Carl's Farm project. So how do these two projects go together?
So Carl's Farm will be ahead of us on capital infrastructure improvements. One of the things that what we are doing is constructing a portion of the project is their infrastructure that they would be required to build. By doing it this way, we're eliminating potential conflicts that are part of your concern when it comes to actually implementation and deployment. Right now, their civil package is about at 95% for approval. Once they post their securities from the agreements that were approved at the previous council meeting, they'll be breaking ground. This project will likely start construction next year. We will look to try to award the contract, I believe, is tentatively toward the end of this year, and then they'll be breaking ground in earnest. So they will be well ahead of us and likely no conflict.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate it. Any other questions? Nope. Okay. Please open the vote.
The vote is open. I'll close that vote, and CR 62 passes unanimously.
Okay, CR 63. Joanna, will you read the title?
A resolution pursuant to the requirements of Section 3-1-4, Parent D of the Northglenn Municipal Code, setting a public hearing for Councilman's Bill 1943, Series of 2020.
So moved.
You get that?
We need to
Okay.
be on this. Yeah, we gotta be on.
So, City Manager, do you have anything to add to this?
I do not.
Any questions about this item?
Nope.
Okay. Please open the vote.
The vote is open. I'll close that vote, and CR 63 passes unanimously.
Okay, CR 64. Joanna, will you read the title?
A resolution adopting the City of Northglenn 2020 pay plan as amended and amending the City of Northglenn 2020 personnel summary.
Move for approval. Second.
City Manager Guyer, will you explain a little bit?
Certainly. So anytime that staff recommends a change to our pay plan, we're required to come before city council and ask for approval on that change. The item before you this evening is changing the name of the previous position title, Director of Management Services, to Director of Human Resources. So this action follows the previous action that council approved this evening with creation of the Human Resources Department. Important for the public to know, this is not an increase in FTE. This is a reorganization of an existing FTE.
Is the pay range affected at all with this change?
It does not change. It remains in the director salary grade, which is shown on, I believe it's
Page 7.
Page 7 of the pay plan. And I guess I should add in following to that question, Councilmember Mollica, I work with Candy Sedaris, or Candy Johnson, her name changed. She's our pay plan consultant who provides the third-party expertise, and so I reached out to her and had her evaluate the position prior to placing it in the pay plan, so it wasn't just an automatic swap. So if market data had shown differently, it would be in a different pay grade.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, please open the vote.
Vote is open. I'll close that vote, and CR 64 passes unanimously.
Okay, moving into public invited to be heard. Is there anyone who would like to speak to council related to an item previously addressed by council during tonight's meeting? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Hello.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I just want to follow up on Becky Brown. Just wanted to welcome you back on behalf of my company, Be Good Northglenn.
Thank you.
And while doing that, formally introducing myself as I've done several times now, so I apologize for the broken record. But my name is Graydon Washington. I'm Community Relations at Be Good Northglenn. We are a medical and recreational vertically integrated marijuana company. We've had the company since 2015. We're Rotarians in Northglenn. Just want to be involved in our community, and I just want to give a formal what's called introduction. And then I'm here if you have any questions regarding cannabis, our company here in Northglenn. I'm all ears, and we want to help out, and also would like to invite you to tour our facility, because we have cultivation and retail on site, and you're also invited to come to Rotary meetings if you like as well, where there's many community leaders there within Thornton and Northglenn. Other than that, I'll be there Saturday at the at the canal. That'll be very fun, and at the Mingle. We're very excited about that. Personally, that'll be my first time participating in the cleanup. And then lastly, just a question regarding the Ward 4 meeting. Is that only for Ward 4? Is there other wards that have meetings as well, like Ward 3?
Yes.
And if so, we'd be interested in attending and helping out any way we can. So.
Great, awesome. Great job.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks for coming again.
Our new Tim?
Our new Tim.
Are you our new Tim?
Yes.
Tim?
Oh, yeah. I was his understudy for years.
You really?
I didn't get the accent down, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I get enough of this accent anyhow. But thank you very much for your kind words.
Okay, is there anyone else? No? Okay. Being no further business, we are adjourned. I am going to recommend that we take 5 to 7 minutes to stretch and use the facilities, and then we will come back for the study session to finish up our youth vaping and tobacco licensing discussion.
How you doing?
I'm all right.
So welcome back. This is study session part 2. So I believe, Emily, you were mid-presentation, so thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council people. So where we left off was purchase and access. And so we are jumping ahead to slide 43. Role of family, economy and social networks, retailer and their location, and the digital environments. So in this section, really the first thing I want to tell you is that family is highly influential in the way that youth access and acquire ESDs. And while older siblings and cousins play a role in something historically for alcohol, cigarettes, that's something we already knew. It also sometimes is the parent who's enabling the use of ESDs. And this young person said, what kind of made me start vaping was when, like, my mom and dad had said that if we wanted to try something, we can. And so my sister, she did it. Like, she wanted to try vaping. So my mom and dad are like, okay, well, you guys can both try vaping. And then you can, when dad can get down to 0 nicotine, which he did, so he tried it and just hasn't stopped since. So the experience of dad getting to a 0, not really understanding like the other effects of vaping devices, see this as an okay thing for their young people to participate in. The other young person, his parent was wary at first, but was more accepting after clarifying that there's no nicotine. And so he says, or they say, it started around 2017 when my brother first started doing it. We would hang out all the time, and he had me try it a couple of times, and I liked it. So I talked to my mom about getting me one, and it used to be she would hold on to it. And then, like, when she was comfortable with me using it, she would let me. And 4 or 5 months ago, when school started, she actually let me bring it wherever. Obviously, I can't use it in public because she didn't really feel safe about that. But like when I'm around the house or anything, she'll let me use it, obviously when I'm walking home from school. And so in conversations with the Youth Commission and disseminating some of these findings with them and having conversations, there was a notion of the idea around shame outside of the household and judgment again. And so perhaps there's some testament here around the idea of using closer to home and parents having control over it, and it's not exposed to the community and they don't know necessarily what their young people are, the others in the neighborhood don't necessarily know what their young people are doing. And parents' lack of understanding about the products and the devices, leaving them more susceptible to youth saying, let me try this, and saying yes. Many youth who access vape products through family members and peers are receiving products that were purchased in stores, as these are trusted legal ways for family and peers to access it. A total of 15 of our 32 youth respondents, which is about just under half, felt that it was either likely or highly likely that they knew an adult who would purchase products for them. Whereas parents felt that the likeliness that someone over the age of 21 who they knew would purchase products for youth was much lower, with the exception of a couple of parents who said adults still might purchase products for youth over age 18, yet still citing it would be less likely for youth under 18. So going back to kind of youth who say that because they're over the age of 18 and have voting rights and can go into war and do other services for our country, having this law changed on them after the fact, after they've already turned 18, after they've been allowed to do this, that those would be the youth that people might still buy for because they're legally adults. You say that youth access ESDs through adults and then redistribute and trade these store-bought products with their friends, making regulation at the store level not applicable to their lives. We heard one youth say, I honestly don't think it's going to make that much of a difference, just because all you've got to do is have one person at school that can get it. And, they can just go and, distribute however they want and get the money for it. People are still going to find a way to get it just somehow. However, youth do have opinions of the max price they would pay.
13 of 22 youth who either have tried or currently vape said that the most they would pay for a nicotine refill is $20 or less. And youth actually were more conservative about the price than parents. No youth in the study went over the price of 20, but parents did. They thought kids would spend up to 25, and in fact, 3 or 4 of our parents said price doesn't matter. But according to the youth, it does. So just something to consider there.
What does a vape pen and a cartridge cost?
It's $12 for 2.
Yeah, just ballpark, I mean.
Yeah, but roughly $12 for 2. You can get 4 cartridges for $20.
Okay.
And remember, 1 cartridge is equivalent to 200 puffs, which is basically 1 pack of cigarettes.
So they're saying that, so according to the statistic, youth are saying that they'd pay a little bit more than, I mean, they can't get it, you know, in theory, but their black market price is a little bit more than retail, but not substantially more. They'd pay $20 for 1 cartridge,
For a cartridge pack.
a cartridge pack of 4.
Yep, because they're not sold individually. So they
Got
might
it.
buy the pack and then
Yeah.
redistribute them individually.
And at the store, it's ballpark 12?
For 2.
Got it.
Do you see that their interest is more in the view and stuff like that versus going to the vape stores and buying their own canisters and draw?
Sorry, reiterate the first part of that, their view?
No, in that view self-contained cartridge that, you know, was on the news and everything. Do you find that the kids are more interested in that? And they stay away, are they staying away from the vape stores and the concentrates? Is that where you see most of the problem?
The usage here seems to be mostly those disposables.
Okay.
That they can just get fresh cartridge and go. So, and I had a hard time with this before because it is such a small sample, right? And so I appreciate the structure of the study, but my mind, I still keep going to, but, like information that I have from my own kid. Was there any discussion about the refillable ones? Not explicitly. Okay. These youth, let me just get to our purchase section here. Yeah, not explicitly. They really are using the disposables more than anything. And most of what was discussed was with regards to adults who purchase for them in store. So they're not going and getting refills for their devices. That's not what they were discussing with the Tegas. It was just the idea of getting purchased from in-store. I just had a source, not going to reveal my source, who shared that there was a student at a high school that was selling the refills for $2. And profitable business this young man was operating. So entrepreneurialism was definitely a thing that came up. It was a hypothesis from your youth commission. The Tegas who worked to design the study theorized that entrepreneurialism would be one of the factors that would keep kids engaged in the redistribution of these products, and we certainly heard it through the narratives of non-users and users that redistribution is happening. And, you know, what the discussion was at the youth commission meeting was really around that where there's a will, there's a way, and kids don't necessarily see this as drug dealing. No, they don't. Yeah. So the other aspect of this was around the distance of the store. This was very infrequently listed as an inconvenience, often because youth who are not buying from a peer tend to visit retail locations with an older individual who can drive or walk there. Youth who are old enough to purchase visit retailers that are on their way to school or home at the end of the day, not necessarily leaving during the day to purchase. These cases would be most affected by increasing the minimum distance
to 1,000 feet from a school. Youth may travel to the store either by foot, car, with an older sibling or a cousin. They described waiting outside the shop during the transaction. The narratives that youth told Tega suggests that it is common way youth gain store-bought products. So they're not really seeing that distance from the school as a problem. Conversely, though, parents really did. They, in contrast to the youth, believe that licensing regulations, including that distance, could be an effective way to curb youth ESD access. But I mean, we even had youth talk about how they turn off the tracking on their phone and then leave the phone at school and leave. So some youth describe that is a way to work around parents knowing if they're leaving, and so parents' perception of why this could be affected could be slightly skewed. They do believe that these regulations will make it more difficult, quote, a pain in the butt, and potentially curb distribution. A couple of parents discussed how the accountability of store employees would help because they would card young people more frequently. This mom, she said, so the first thing you talked about with the different fines for the retailers, I think that would have an impact. The distance to schools, I don't know, because things are a little bit more arbitrary to me. I think kids get where they need to get to, but I think licensing, understanding what it means to get a license and what that would be, hopefully it's something more than just paying dollars, that there's something behind needing to get a license. I don't know if that's true or not, but that seems to me that putting the onus on the retailer would be more impactful on preventing kids. I really believe in that accountability of store employees being helpful. And another finding here that was quite common was actually online. Online was the second most common access point listed for youth who have tried vaping and those who currently vape. None of the non-users selected online as an access point, but parents suspected that kids were accessing in this way, so you can kind of see that their numbers also skewed that result towards the top. Yes?
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. Where do you most frequently get vape products, correct?
Yes.
Is the question? And the black is those who never vape?
Yes.
I don't know, so why are they getting vape products if they've never vaped from a individual or store brand?
So the way that the survey questions were designed is for non-users, they were asked, where do youth
Other youth.
most frequently
got
get
it,
vape products? So as soon as they said they were a non-user, all of the questions were about their perception of their
friends.
peers.
Got it, thank you.
Yep. And not only is there a deep divide in the knowledge on where to access products, additionally and more importantly, youth do not see age requirements on websites as barriers. I feel like they would find it, websites that ask if you're 18 or older and you just put 18. I don't think it would change it. You can just buy it online. Like, online can reach anyone. Oh, it jumped me out. So can you guys see those if I just keep them up on the slide? I don't know why it pushed.
We have them here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, something else that didn't make it into this last piece about online and digital environments, but is in the bigger report, is the use of secondhand websites. So, I'd say 2 or 3 of our youth who are users talked about resale apps and being able to access devices through those channels without regulation. So they didn't have to have an age requirement or anything, and were able to source those kinds of products through those channels.
I was just looking on Amazon, and it, the juice is there and the vapes. So, and there is no age limit. There's no way for them to even mandate those things if I can go on Amazon and buy it. My mom has Prime, I can just see the conversations going. My mom has Prime. I can get it here by tomorrow if you want.
Yeah. And we did when we were doing our middle grade math study early last year, the middle grade math teachers asked us not to give Visa gift cards because the kids were using them to get vaping products. So we started using Amazon gift cards. But now even hearing you say that you can see them right there, it's like that idea, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
So we have a few recommendations that were specific to this access and purchase part of the journey. Really, the first one is an education aspect of trying to reframe the culture around trading and sharing as distribution to help highlight how this enables peers. We had one parent that said the fine for retailers should actually be higher than $350. That's not enough to get them to really understand the impetus. Local and regional legislation, we also had parents talk about the necessity to coordinate this effort with other geographies because of how easy it is for young people to just cross the street and enter a different jurisdiction. And from a state, federal legislation, really looking now further to develop the regulations with websites for age walls, because this is not a barrier. I think the last one is just in the notes here, for local regional legislation, create policy that is attentive to the addictive nature of ESDs, supports the quitting process, and does not create criminal records for youth who are addicted. Yet.
Because the study's,
Sorry?
because the study was pretty limited.
Yes.
Are there other communities across the United States that have done these that you can lead your information into and?
So TEGA as a methodology is meant to focus and use rigor and different processes to go into deep, in-depth conversations with the respondents, not so much the statistical quantitative level of rigor. However, because we like to do an iterative process, we are entering into a second phase of this work here locally. The Westminster Public Schools and Adams 12 Schools has reached out to the partnership to start looking at doing a study around interventions and strategies for the schools. So I brought a copy just to leave for you guys that we can scan in and make sure you have a copy of this. All 5 school districts in the partnership have been invited to participate. Each district would be allotted 35 respondents for their district. The methodology is meant to capture majority of youth who have been caught vaping in the school with a subsample of those who tried vaping. And we really want to target these youth through the health departments, the safety and discipline-focused personnel, so that we can get to the kids who have already been punished or are in the system, if you will, in terms of we have a record that they've been vaping. And then for those who have tried, we would table in the schools to elicit volunteer respondents to come to us to participate. And the hope with this particular study is to really continue to hone in on what are the best ways to educate youth about vaping? How should we integrate vaping knowledge into the curriculum? What is the best way to intervene and prevent vaping? What are the emotional and social aspects of vaping, and how do we support youth in these areas? What are the alternatives to expulsion that would best support youth in abstaining from vaping in the future? What are the specific narratives of youth who are vaping? What safeguarding and reporting practices should be put in place, and how do we safeguard against and support parent and sibling engagement? So a lot of these questions are stemmed from places where we need more knowledge, and it will be entities like the Tri-County Health Department, our ACSS, Adams County Student Survey, that quantitative level. We can use TEGA as a flashlight to go deep and then take those hotspots and then revalidate them quantitatively with a greater sample. And the Healthy Kids Colorado will be like another survey that can help us to answer some questions. In terms of other studies around the US, I honestly cannot say that there's been any studies that have been to this qualitative rigor. Certainly not from TEGA. This is the only place in the United States that has access to this methodology. So it's very specific to our community.
Why do you target 35, 30?
the sample size for the type of methodology that it is, it's meant to be small. We follow lean research principles, so right size, relevant, rigorous, and respectful. We don't want to spend more than 35 minutes. If we can with a respondent, there's limitations to the amount of data that can go encrypted through the device. You're talking to youth, like fatigue, respondent fatigues, if you spend too much time with them. We want to hear narratives and then do a qualitative analysis to dig out the codes and find the nuances.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if you already addressed this, so I apologize if you had and I missed it. But it looked like you did collect data on the number of students that were involved in extracurricular activities. And I'm curious if you identified any sort of correlation between students who vape and students who are not involved in an extracurricular activity.
We looked for it because we did collect that data and there was no differences.
Okay.
So even the athletes are using the same as those who are not in a particular activity.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So I think, just wanted to reiterate, the recommendations have been summarized in the back of your full report so that they're not dispersed through a presentation, so you have the full list together. There is full testimony and transcript of all of their responses to those key questions. And I think the next thing is just to keep you guys abreast of the study that's happening at the school level. I'm sure Adams 12 is eagerly standing by to hear about the insights that we collected on behalf of you. Is there anything else that you would add, Heather?
I would just go ahead and add that you have permission from all of the different respondents. So
Yes.
these documents are.
Yes, so, confidentiality, as I told you when we produced the scope of work for this, is the most important piece of research for us with these respondents. And so the presentation that I've shared with you today, I did obtain media consent from all of the people whose videos are in this presentation and audio, and they know that it was being used at a greater level than just research. So all of the materials that you have are okay for public dissemination.
Go ahead. Well, I guess I had a couple questions. How do we access the videos? Because we didn't get to see them tonight. I'm assuming you have a link somewhere?
So it's in there, they're embedded
Oh.
in that presentation. So
Okay.
the PowerPoint should just play them. It's a large file, all of the media is in there.
Because ours is a PDF, so I was just curious. if-
Okay.
I will find a way to get you the links to
I'm
the
sure it's
videos.
huge, yeah.
Yeah, no, we'll work tomorrow on trying to figure
Awesome.
that out. I'm sorry that it wouldn't play tonight.
That's okay.
It's a PowerPoint, so everything is just laid into there.
Perfect.
So it should play.
Awesome.
And the full transcripts are in the notes section.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. So, I just really wanted to make a comment about this work. I think it's really exciting stuff that you guys have been able to pull together. What I like most about it is I feel like we got kind of like I know our sample size is small, but we got a good glimpse of kind of what's kind of going on underneath the surface when it comes to youth vaping. And there's so much I am learning about this topic every single day. And I feel like the information that you were able to pull together provides me with more of an insight of just how complex this situation is. This is a really big issue in our community, and I understand that we own only a small piece of the solution to this, but how can we be a partner as we continue to work on addressing the entire pie of the problem? So I appreciate the work you put in. I appreciate that our youth commission was able to participate and have a role in this. I think it also helped, bring out, just how important of an issue it is for them as well. So overall, I love this work. I think it's great. I love the methodology. And thank you so much for taking on this project. It's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
No problem. I just want to validate you and say that it is these kinds of studies where you get to hear and like you said, it's like getting underneath and listening, and it's not just a survey. It's people really sharing their lives and their testimonies and trusting our method enough to know that they can safely do that without prosecution or penalty. So, thank you.
I do think it's interesting, and I appreciate Julie's comments. I still struggle with, it's a snapshot of some stories. And so when you said that Adams 12 is doing, I don't know what you handed, could you tell me more about their study? Are they doing like an internal?
So it's all the school districts, or all the schools in the district will be invited. Their leadership who is helping to oversee this study is a gal called Lori Bailey. She's the Director of Student Engagement Initiatives for Adams 12 District. And so when she and I talk about this study and we think about the sample, which is about 3/4 of the way through, you know, we want a representative mix of Adams County residents, gender as it falls, but striving for a mix. Again, the extracurricular activities as it falls, but having a mix of activities. She's gonna need to go to the different schools, both at a middle school and high school, and really talk to those health professionals and safety and discipline focused personnel to personally invite those families and youth to participate in this study.
Okay.
So they're picked.
So it's the same format, is what you're saying?
Same methodology.
Okay.
Yep.
So that was something I was wondering about is, so this methodology gives us one kind of piece of the pie, I think?
Correct.
Are we looking at, especially, you know, if we're gonna do anything with this information, are we looking at other types of data? So discipline data, teacher conversations, because if you talk to any high school teacher, they're gonna give you like 3 kids a day are vaping in my class. Like, there's a little bit more, there's more data we can collect from other people.
Certainly, and I think where TEGA separates itself from that is that once we give those findings to the schools, then they have members of their team, like even through the Youth Voice Committee, who will cross-tabulate and triangulate this data with surveys that they're doing with their staff and other members. So they're using TEGA to strictly get that youth voice perspective because it's an authentic way to have a peer-to-peer conversation without an adult overseeing it. And the hope is that you get to a more authentic position around what these strategies really could be. So like if you look at what the questions are for this particular study, you know, like I was saying, what are the social and emotional aspects of vaping? You know, best ways to educate specific narratives of youth. It's not necessarily the case that an adult's gonna get the same granularity or level of narrative that an adult would. So that's why this method has been picked. But I think to your point, like capacity-wise, depending on how many people get involved, I'd love to offer in-depth interviews with a few teachers, do a virtual focus group with some other stakeholders to glean more data from a qualitative standpoint, but then on top of that, use the Adams County Student Survey, use the Healthy Kids Colorado Survey to get that validation at a more macro level.
It's very curious to me. I'd be really interested to see, because to me, when I look at this from a school level, I wouldn't spend the time and money on this. I would talk to counselors, campus security, teachers, student leaders. Like, I think you could do it without this particular methodology from the school site. And then looking at discipline records. Because I do think, and I know firsthand actually, that we've got a lot of kids that talk to adults openly, and they will share. And so I find it to be really interesting. I don't know. The jury's still out as far as how I think about the methodology. But, and so I worry from this seat how we act on this. and what our next steps are as a city council based on a small piece of
So,
information.
Two thoughts for you, Mayor and Council. So we engaged in this study with Rocky Mountain Cradle to Career as a way to further our engagement efforts with the community. So this is a very unique engagement approach than traditional city approaches of holding a meeting and asking youth to attend. And I think intentionally, we knew it was going to be challenging to get youth to come to a meeting. So I think the benefit of this study, regardless of sample size, is that we're able to reach out to youth and get their perspective. We were able to reach out to parents and get their perspective. All of that said, this is additional information for you to have as you're going to hear the proposed tobacco licensing ordinance that Joanna's going to walk us through in a few moments. So again, the intent and staff following council direction was to take this engagement step. I think it was an important one to do, and I think it does provide valuable information, especially from the perspective of the need to really have a regional collaborative approach to education and awareness. So because this is an evolving issue, I think that tonight council's not going to solve all the problems with the next steps that you can take with the proposed ordinance. I think this is going to be an ongoing conversation, and it's just the beginning of the conversation.
Okay. Yes.
One thing that I will, one thing I really appreciate from your results is just the overwhelming need for education, not only for our youth, but for our parents. And I mean, like I said, I'm still learning so much about youth vaping. This literally came up because 2 years ago, I attended a Tri-County meeting, and they're like, oh, we have a youth vaping issue. And they showed me that data where so many of our youth are engaging in this activity. And of course, you know, you hear it from the community as well. And so I understand that everybody has a lane, but I am really interested to hear about what are Tri-County's plans when it comes to providing that education that our community needs. And does that belong just in Tri-County? Does it belong in the Adams 12 bucket? I mean, does some of this belong with the city? I'm not entirely sure where that belongs, and maybe it's a partnership among all three. But I do think that that is a glaring result from this data of how are we going to move forward with that education piece? Because, I mean, policy could only affect a small portion of what this conversation is about today. But we do need to be partners in how are we going to address those education needs moving forward. And also, I think that we need to figure out how we're going to address in partnership the cessation efforts that, unfortunately, we have lots of youth that are now addicted to these nicotine products, and what are the solutions for them moving forward. So, again, very complex, very wide issue, and again, we only own a lane of it, but outside of that lane, we could always be partners and support the work that our public health department, and then, of course, your organization in Adams is.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emily.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, are you ready for Joanna to walk council through the
I
proposed?
am.
Okay.
Retail tobacco licensing program?
It is.
Awesome.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The retail tobacco licensing program is just one part of a comprehensive, hopefully community-wide approach to addressing youth access to tobacco. Licensing programs have been proven to regulate businesses, increase compliance, and provide penalties when the programs are violated. They are also proven to increase accountability among retailers. And licensing programs that include fees that are high enough to cover the cost of enforcement have been shown to be the most effective policy at reducing illegal sales by retailers. So, On the front page of the memo, I provided some information about the definition of tobacco. I know it was touched on briefly previously, but I want to run through that because it is so easy to use the terms tobacco, tobacco products, and vaping interchangeably. So this ordinance would cover your traditional tobacco products, which are your cigarettes, your cigars, your chewing tobacco. It would cover the electronic smoking devices. Those are your vapes, your vape pens, your e-cigarettes, your tanks, your mods, your pod mods, all of the things that I've been learning about, those things that we parents probably think are USB drives on our teenage boys' floors. And the Juul brand, that falls into that category. It also covers cartridges, refills, and other parts of the products, whether or not they're marketed or sold separately, which I think closes an important loophole there. And it does not include the smoking cessation products, which is also important. So the draft ordinance addresses two main policy considerations based on council's previous direction. The first one is it implements a licensing process for tobacco retailers that includes compliance checks, and it also raises that tobacco purchase age from 18 to 21. I'm sure most of you are aware that the state legislature is currently considering House Bill 20-1001 concerning the regulation of nicotine products. Simply put, that bill would raise the minimum purchase age from 18 to 21, and it would enact a retail tobacco licensing program. It's currently proposed to be a two-tiered licensing structure, which is very similar to liquor and marijuana. And it also has an effective date of July 1st, 2021. So it's out a little bit. So because I'll address a lot of the information that's in the actual staff memo when we walk through the ordinance, I want to skip to the lower half of page 3 of the staff memo. Down there you will find a table, and that shows the metro area-ish municipalities that require a tobacco license, and then those that have also increased that purchase age from 18 to 21. A lot of the mountain communities have also done these things. However, this list, I think, is more relatable to where we're at when we consider the metro area and how this is really a regional issue. Then beginning on page 4, it contains another table that shows what we're calling retail point of sale strategies related to tobacco licensing. The green check marks on the left-hand side nearest the item numbers, they indicate which strategies are contained in the city's draft ordinance. There's a lot of them there. So when preparing the draft ordinance, staff considered the legal risks associated with the strategies. The table includes strategies from municipalities across the country. Some states are riskier than others. So if council wanted to pursue any of the items that are not included in the draft ordinance, they may require additional research by staff and definitely the city attorney. But it is a nice list to look at to see how creative one could be. We also considered the effect on our current businesses related to the issue of youth tobacco use and vaping, youth being the operative word there. And then we also thought about balancing the utilization of these retail strategies to restrict youth access while not eliminating legal access for adults to tobacco products. Staff attended a meeting where RMC2C presented the data of the vaping study in detail. It was very interesting. And the takeaways that the city clerk's office staff had were, and you heard it tonight, were that youth are using vaping as an opportunity to socialize and also as a coping mechanism to relieve stress or other mental health issues. And we heard that the two main areas that need to be addressed, both from the youth who participated in the study and from the city's youth commission, the top two areas were education and access. So as you guys heard, the youth are often accessing tobacco products from older friends, older siblings, and even parents sometimes, who are able to purchase these products legally at the retailers. And then they're sharing them with the underage youth because they don't think that they're harmful. We heard that youth and older adults need to be educated. Some believe vaping is healthy. Parents don't know what the products look like. They're just misinformed, or they're not informed at all. And we heard that both groups want more research and information. So the retail tobacco licensing won't fix the issue of youth vaping, but we do believe that it can help two ways. First, by ensuring that no one under 21 is purchasing tobacco products from the retailers in the city, and then by providing an opportunity for those retailers to share educational information with the individuals who are in the stores purchasing the products, who may be thinking about sharing those with underage individuals. So if we want to jump to the draft ordinance, I promise I won't talk about every section in it. I'll just hit the highlights. But I'd like to walk through so that council understands the structure, has an opportunity to provide feedback, and all of that good stuff. So the first couple pages address the purpose, authority, and definitions. Corey might be very sad if we skip those pages, but I think we should. And I think we should jump to section 18-19-4, which is on page 8 of the file document. So that is license required. So basically, a license would be required for every business that sells tobacco products. These are not just your vape stores. This will include gas stations, convenience stores, grocery stores, liquor stores, and probably some other places that we find out about. A tobacco license would be separate from your general business license. It would be in addition to that. And we currently believe that approximately 32 businesses would be required to obtain that tobacco license. We're taking that data off of the state's TRAC system, and that stands for the Tobacco Retailer Access Colorado system, which is a groovy little program that will identify the tobacco licensed establishments in your city. We'll definitely double check their data. It also provides the compliance check data. So I was bouncing around on it during the earlier discussion, and luckily I can see that Department of Revenue and the FDA have been out to Northglenn in the last year. I can't tell you if every business has been hit or inspected, but luckily they're in our area, so that was a good thing to see. So then, section 18-19-5 is the location criteria. This says that businesses holding a retail tobacco license would not be allowed within 500 feet of schools or licensed child care facilities, would not be allowed within 500 feet of any public park, public pool, or public recreational area, or on any city-owned property. These are the same distance requirements that we currently have for marijuana licensing.
Do we have any businesses in Northglenn that currently violate these rules?
We do. And so how that would work is the existing businesses would basically be grandfathered in to those spaces. Now, if they didn't renew their license for some reason or let it expire, that location would then be considered, they would have to comply with all of the license requirements. So they would not be eligible if they're within 500 feet of a school, for example. Section 18-19-7 lists the persons prohibited as licensees or employees. This says that no license shall be issued to any person who is not of good moral character, no one under the age of 21 years, no person that has discharged a sentence for a felony conviction in the past 5 years, and cannot be issued to any person who has made false statements on the application, has certain financial delinquencies, or has had another retail tobacco license in another city, county, or state that has been revoked. Section 18-19-8 is the processing and consideration of the application. This is a little different than the process for liquor and marijuana applications. The draft ordinance allows the city clerk to determine whether to approve or deny a retail tobacco license application. That is mostly because we won't be holding a public hearing on these initial applications because the applicants are not having to prove the needs and desires of the neighborhood to determine whether or not a license should be issued. So that does differ from the other structures that we have for liquor and marijuana. An inspection would be required prior to the issuance of a license. It would be routed to all of the different departments to determine whether the location complies, whether they're delinquent on any taxes, and that sort of thing. It would require a decision to be made within 30 days of the receipt of a completed application. And if the city clerk did deny an application, the applicant could appeal to the local licensing authority. Section 18-19-9 talks about the fees. It authorizes license fees to be set by separate resolution. Fees are intended to cover the annual cost of administering the licensing program, which includes inspections and compliance checks. Staff has already performed a cost analysis based on estimated processing times and the staff involved in the licensing program. And based on that proposed licensing program in that draft ordinance, staff would recommend a new license fee of $300 and an annual license renewal fee of $250. And we would obviously provide more detail about how those fees were determined if and when council decides to move forward with the licensing program. Then we jump to section 18-19-10, which is the license duration and renewal. Simply put, the licenses are good for 1 year. It also provides a process for renewal of the licenses. And as I stated before, if a licensee fails to renew a license, the location would then be subject to all of the criteria for a new license. So then section 18-19-11 is titled Renewal Fee Incentives. This is something that's new. It's a new concept that staff proposed adding that's intended to encourage and reward compliance and then also provide opportunities for that consumer education. Licensing incentives are currently used in communities in California, and they provide discounts to the annual license renewal fee. So retailers would be eligible for these discounts on their second year, their second licensing year. So they would need to be licensed for an entire year, go ahead and submit that renewal application, and that's where those renewal incentive fees would then be deducted if they comply with the items that we've listed in the ordinance. So there's 4 items, and they are, the first one is use of identification scanners or entry of the purchaser's date of birth for the completion of all sales, the posting of public health education or underage use prevention signage, and that's to address the information that we received regarding how there's that lack of understanding about how vaping impacts one's health. The third incentive would be completion by all employees of responsible vendor training. And the fourth one is maintaining a written policy regarding the checking of identification. So this may be a little premature to talk about tonight, but real quickly, we would propose the amount for each discount to be 10% of the renewal license fee. So with the $250 fee that we've proposed, it would be $25 for each incentive for a total not to exceed $100 or 40% of the renewal fee.
Quick question, Joanna.
Yep.
So, is the city clerk then gonna be providing guidance of what the public health education looks like? Are you gonna have kind of like resources for vendors who are like, or retailers who are like, hey, I wanna comply with number 2, 3, and 4, like, and you'll give them like, well, this is what I mean by this public health poster, or this is what I mean by appropriate vendor training. Do you provide guidance around that?
We can provide information as far as what resources exist. It might make legal nervous if we
can't give them legal advice on how to comply.
we really guide them. But
I mean,
We
like-
can provide them
Yeah.
resources that they
Okay.
can select from, but we can't tell them what would comply and what doesn't.
Okay, well, I'm just saying if you have a retailer who's like, hey, I put up this handwritten sign that says, don't give to kids, does that comply with number 2? I mean, you have to give them some guidance on how to at least.
It's like judging artwork.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
it's a pretty sign, why not?
And
Counts.
luckily, there are a lot of resources. The FDA is actually one great resource. They have publications that are free for retailers. They will send printed copies, which is bizarre to me. They have posters, some of which they've tried to make the artwork more relatable to youth. They also have these free digital age verification calendars that they will send to retailers for free. And one thing that I noticed when looking at different policies, there are a lot of organizations that are really geared towards controlling tobacco. So we could definitely provide a list. It's kind of like the same thing that we do for liquor licensees when they need to attend or have their employees attend responsible server training. The state actually has a list of approved responsible vendor training. If the state adopts their retail tobacco licensing program, I would anticipate that they eventually would have that same list, but we would definitely provide resources in the meantime. Yep.
Or, yeah, we could partner with somebody else to provide the resources, but at least if there's something.
Something, yep. Okey doke. So those discounted amounts are not included in the draft ordinance. They would be included in the separate resolution that sets those license fees. So then section 18-19-12 is non-renewal, suspension, or revocation of the license. The local licensing authority would be the liquor licensing authority. They would be able to suspend, revoke, or refuse to renew a license for good cause. And unfortunately, the liquor licensing authority is pretty familiar with conducting hearings for non-renewal and the procedures to suspend and issue penalties to licensees when they have violated the code. So section 18-19-14 is regarding management of the licensed premises. That requires managers to be at least 21 years old. The next section is regarding change in management, financial interest, ownership, and location. That basically says that licensees need to, they're required to report these changes to the city within 30 days. Yep.
That's a quick question. Going back to one of these, I forget what the number is, but it suggested that no employee could work there unless 21 or older.
So this.
Was that correct?
Not in the draft ordinance. I believe we set the clerk age at 18. They have to be 18 years of age, and I can find.
It's in there, I thought.
This section.
It's 18, 19.
Do you mean, 18, 19, 14, Randall?
Yeah.
For the managers?
No, it was
Age
before
15 and
that.
45.
Huh? Was it
Age
9?
15 and 45, the licensee shall not allow a person who is younger than
18,
years of
okay.
age to sell tobacco.
18, 19, 17.
Okay. So, for example, an 18-year-old could work at 7-Eleven but wouldn't be able to sell a cigarette.
We're not.
Is that,
No,
No,
they
this
can
says they can
sell,
sell.
they can't be the manager.
got it.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
And for what it's worth, this is similar to liquor.
Liquor,
And-
yeah.
And that, I mean, that's one of the issues that you have to consider is you have an employee, they would be able to sell liquor but not tobacco. And so I think that's one of the reasons that we recommended, at least in the first draft, that it be the same age for sale that it
Yeah.
is. So if you have a convenience store that has a fermented beverage license, they can sell both the alcohol and the tobacco.
Okay. Section 18-19-16 says that businesses would be subject to inspections by the city for the purpose of determining compliance. This is very similar to liquor and marijuana licensing. Section 18-19-17 is prohibited activity. This is the good stuff. So, quick list, this raises the purchase age to 21. This requires that every employee check the purchaser's identification to confirm that they're at least 21 years of age for every sale. It's what I like to call the 100% ID policy. It requires the minimum legal purchase age to be posted at the entrance or another clearly visible location at the business. It requires sales clerks to be at least 18 years old. It requires products to be stocked and displayed in a manner that requires assistance by the retail clerk. It requires licensees to remove tobacco products from public view during a period of suspension. It prohibits tobacco vending machines and self-service displays and prohibits free samples of tobacco products. Then the very next section prohibits mobile tobacco businesses. So it requires that all businesses that are licensed be licensed at permanent locations. Then if we move to section 18-19-19, that includes penalty guidelines that the local licensing authority may impose for violations of the ordinance. So a quick list on these. For the first violation, it would include a 7-day suspension and a civil penalty of $500. Second violation would be 14-day suspension and civil penalty of $1,000. Third violation would be a 30-day suspension and civil penalty of $1,500. Since the licensing fees are only intended to cover the cost of administering the program, the penalty, fines, and suspensions for violations of the ordinance are intended to be that financial deterrent. The civil penalties could be in addition to any suspension that's issued by the local authority. The civil penalty fines could also be used to cover the costs related to the licensing program and enforcement activities. The program would include proactive enforcement, similar to liquor and marijuana licensing. Currently, the police department goes out twice per year. I think that's their goal, that's our goal. They've been able to do that for both liquor and marijuana. With liquor, they work in conjunction with the state. So we would anticipate that the compliance program would work just the same for tobacco. The penalties that the local licensing authority could impose would be separate from a citation or penalties that the individual who sold the tobacco products would receive through the municipal court. And these are only guidelines, so the local authority could impose greater or lesser penalties if there were aggravating or mitigating circumstances. And then you'll notice that the time frame has been left with a question mark. So House Bill 1001 initially recommended a 36-month time frame, and then an amendment was suggested to change that to 24 months. The 24-month time frame is similar to liquor licensing. However, 36 months is stricter. But ultimately, staff would prefer if the local ordinance would align with the state's time frame, whatever that ends up to be, for coordination purposes. Then we have section 18-19-21 that talks about administrative approvals. Essentially authorizes the city clerk to approve applications so long as there is no derogatory information within the previous year. And then for structure purposes, section 18-19-22 talks about judicial review. Decisions by the local licensing authority would be subject to review by the Adams County District Court. So based on the direction to address youth vaping and youth tobacco use, again with that emphasis on youth, and the data from the survey regarding how youth are obtaining tobacco products, staff submitted information for this draft ordinance with the intent to create more of a partnership with the city's retailers so that we can maximize that compliance and then also work to increase that education through the licensing process, which is really something that we haven't done before. Ran through that kind of fast, but I would love to receive feedback from council on the draft ordinance, or if you'd like to hear what next steps could look like. Either way.
I have a quick question, and I just want to clarify something. So nowhere in here are we trying to penalize the person who sold the tobacco products, right? We're penalizing the business itself.
They would also be penalized.
They would also be penalized, and what was that?
It's a misdemeanor offense.
It's a misdemeanor offense.
And so this is actually a two-tiered process in the sense that the person that sells tobacco to an underage person commits a crime. And so that's in 18-19-19 subsection B. Typically, the way this works is that the person that makes a sale goes to municipal court first. There's a conviction in municipal court, and then the only thing the licensing authority is dealing with is the punishment, because the case will have already been proven in municipal court that the crime was committed, and then the administrative sanction follows based on a finding of beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred. One of the speakers earlier talked about accountability of employees. In the liquor licensing context, we deal with this all the time. There are brain cramps, and people sell alcohol or sell tobacco, sell alcohol currently. They don't check license. They don't check ID at all. Those are the kind of things that someone is prosecuted criminally, and then when there's the administrative aspect, they look at, do you have policies in place? Because they're looking at the retailer, not the individual that sold. And so they look at what protections the retailer had in place to protect the brain cramp. You can't always protect against it, but the retailers do everything they can to do so.
Thank you.
Two questions, Joanna. One is, in looking at section 4 of your retail point sales strategies on page 4, when I'm looking at section 4, the restricting point of sale advertising, I'm seeing that there's only one item suggested there and the rest are not suggested. I'm just curious why.
I think that's probably the city attorney's
Oh,
call,
thanks.
because I suggested taking it. Here's the issue. Content neutral regulations under the First Amendment are required. And so if you have to read the sign to determine the signage itself, you probably have a regulation that's not content neutral. That violates the First Amendment. And so if you have to read a sign that says we're only dealing with advertising related to smoking, that is likely a First Amendment violation. So there's a United States Supreme Court case from a couple years ago that said basically you can't look at the words on a sign. If you have to look at the words on a sign, you can't regulate it based on what the words are.
What about like logos, like jewels sold here?
Same thing. You are looking at the words. The only exception, and people are admittedly taking a risk on this, is that the state has adopted regulations that have certain restrictions on how marijuana businesses are, the signage occurs for marijuana businesses. The thought is that frankly, because marijuana is illegal under federal law still, there's more discretion afforded that you can regulate something that is illegal under federal law. We don't have the same issue with tobacco.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up to that?
Sure,
I'm sorry, before
yeah.
you change. How did they stop tobacco, like cigarette advertising and like on?
That's a federal law.
It's a federal law, okay.
Yes. But I can't advise you to pass a sign regulation, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
That violates recent United States Supreme Court precedent, and so that's the basis for it.
Okay. Thank you.
And we did look at the UDO because it contains a percentage that's just general advertising on the front, or however they say it in UDO language, regarding how much advertising can be on a building. But if we limited that even further, it would apply to all types of businesses, not just tobacco businesses, not just liquor stores. It would be across the board. So every business would have to follow that requirement.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then how did we determine what the financial penalties would be? Did we look at, in the event that, somebody is caught selling?
The administrative penalties?
Yes. Was that based on what you saw in other communities? Was that, just trying to throw something down on paper?
I believe it was based on our review of other communities' policies, but I would need to check which communities we looked at. Lisa, our licensing specialist, reviewed several different policies, both from municipalities in-state, out-of-state, and she also has a lot of knowledge about the liquor authority and the penalties that they impose. I would need to double-check that, but I believe it was based on other policies that we reviewed.
Okay, I appreciate that. They just feel a little low to me personally, just as a note. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Joanna? So I saw that Thornton was listed as like in progress or in process. Do we know how far in they are? Is it close? Is it?
So they took information to their city council in January regarding both steps, whether or not they wanted to implement a retail tobacco licensing program or just raise the purchase age from 18 to 21. At that time, they decided to just move forward with increasing the age from 18 to 21. So that's the piece that's in process, only because it's an ordinance and requires 2 readings. They meet on Tuesdays. So
maybe.
Depending on the calendar, it could be final
Tomorrow.
tomorrow. But that's what I mean by in process on that. And that's the only piece that they're addressing right now.
Did you have any, did you get any response from Westminster? Are they leaning toward it, do we know?
We don't know what Westminster has planned.
I just, we're kind of wrapped around by Thornton, so it would feel supportive to be in that list. But Westminster's also a neighbor, so.
Well, and Meredith, to your question, I know I've talked to Thornton City Council members. Really, people are just curious what the ordinance is. And so they're like, if you guys have a draft. Maybe.
Okay, yes.
Just one editorial comment. I won't go through the 3 pages of my legalese that
Yeah.
Joanna skipped, but if council's inclined to do licensing, the city clerk is good at this stuff. And so this ordinance is, frankly, ready to go with, the question in terms of what the penalty might be. But this is right within the city clerk's wheelhouse, that they do this for marijuana, they do this for liquor, and this is structured in a similar way, so you have the expertise to get this into place immediately if you want it.
What are some of the next steps you indicated?
So, obviously, adopting an ordinance requires 2 readings and a public hearing. So the timing would really depend on how quickly council wants to move ahead with this. Staff would prefer to have an effective date for 2 reasons. That would allow us to notify the current retailers about the new licensing requirements, so they're not just blindsided. And then we could also provide the information to them during that time and allow time for these large corporations to go ahead and comply with our local regulations. I also believe that effective date would help with enforcing that compliance to get that initial license. So based on that, we would recommend maybe June 1st in order to give us some time to reach out to those retailers and help create that partnership so that it's not your typical government licensing structure.
So we have 2 questions. One is, does council want to move forward with the consideration or adoption of an ordinance to license retail tobacco businesses? And then is there anything else that we want to include in it or consider?
Oh, the flavor ban? So I think that, Jenny just whispered, she's like, what about a flavor ban? I think that's something that we could talk about. I know that there currently is a bill as well at the state legislature that's talking about doing a flavor ban. I'm not entirely sure whether that or if it's going to pass. Obviously, that would be a statewide ban, and so we don't need to consider it in our license. But I'd be interested to see where the rest of council is out on that particular issue.
We talked about that in Legislative Policy Council. We talked about that if the fact is at the federal level and at the state and local level, we're going to move tobacco sales from 18 to 21 and have at the federal level, then at what point is there not a need to ban flavors and product selection by lawful adults when they buy a product? And so we made the decision to be neutral on that. If this is at this point, a product for adults, in fact, Councilwoman Wilford likened it to somebody legislating the type of beer or IPA that she likes. And so I would be against that for that reason. It's, if we're still selling this to 18-year-olds, then I think that's one thing, but at what point are we saying that this is a product for an adult and they have that free choice at 21 of age to buy the product they want? So I would be against that.
Is there anything else council would like to include what Joanna has prepared?
Joanna, can you explain, what is this shame law? I'm so interested.
I know, it sounds terrible, right?
It sounds
Or
so
not
terrible.
Depending on where you're at. I might argue that we actually have a tiny bit of a shame law. So the way that it's presented in this tobacco guide is that an example would be amending local licensing laws to suspend licenses of tobacco retailers who commit 3 licensing violations in a 1-year period and to require them to display a highly visible sign for the rest of the suspension that reads, "This retailer has violated important public health laws regulating tobacco. Tobacco product sales are currently banned at this location." We actually do something very similar. When, say for instance, a liquor license sells to a minor and the authority imposes a suspension, they are required by state law to post a sign. The letters must be a certain number of inches. And, it says something. I don't know that it would be defined as a highly visible, shaming sign, but we do something similar. So I don't know if this is just taking it up a notch or.
I mean, the original shame laws were when they posted the names of all the Johns that were convicted of prostitution. I mean, that's the kind of the original shame law. And so this, it can be publicizing in the newspaper or on the website, the list of people who have violated. It's making it public, what is public, but making it much more apparently public.
We don't have a check. We don't have a check mark by the shame laws.
Right, exactly. That's the sign Joanna was talking about, the liquor licensing, exactly.
Restaurants,
Yes.
when you don't pass inspection.
Oh, like with the health department.
I don't think that anybody would be surprised by my opinion. You know what I mean? I am not a smoker, but I don't know how I feel honestly about putting another license on a business that already has to have a license at a state level. Nor do I, just coming back tonight and having read some of the things, nor am I comfortable in trying to further, am I right word? To further enforce something that our state already has rules against. I feel that much like when we decided to go after the tax on the marijuana businesses, we started to treat them differently. Now we're going to treat an entity that's actually a product that is actually sold in the same place as another product. We're going to try and put another thing on them too, our liquor stores that sell cigarettes. I totally get that cigarettes are bad for you. I get that. I don't know if my city has the responsibility to do that, or if I want my city, when I'm looking at it, I'm not even sitting on council. So at my point right now, I don't support this until I have, until I can research things and get some comfort from the business owners that are in my ward, that they've had ample, how they feel about it. I don't feel right in regulating business, and I felt this way all the way back to the marijuana businesses. I don't like that we pinpoint certain businesses and we decide that, okay, they need my help in running their business a little bit better, because I don't like them doing it this way. I have a real problem with it. Now we're on the verge of doing it again with tobacco. I understand tobacco is bad. I understand our youth should not be smoking. But this isn't a situation that happened just yesterday. And this isn't a situation that has changed anything in the last 2 years, except for that we have more recognition around the vaping. For a period of time, we did have some deaths involved that are no longer being publicized as even happening anymore. So you get that side of it too. My concern is that this doesn't sit within the city, doesn't sit within our responsibilities. I also am concerned about who's going to enforce it. Are we going to put I know in our perfect world, the police are going to enforce it twice a year. I totally get that. Do I want my police department doing that? And I'm looking at it from a council member's perspective and from a resident's perspective. I'm just not so sure that this is needed at this juncture. We don't have enough information on the surveys and the studies that we've done, right? All I can do is firmly look at you and say, yes, it's bad. It's bad for you. And I understand that we are targeting our youth, but we are also limiting our businesses on some of the things that they can do, or the staff that they can have in it. I hate to say this to you guys, but I don't support this part. I support raising the age to 21. I'm right behind that in following the federal requirements for that. But as far as a license on our businesses that are already established, and this is not a new issue. I realize that this is a way to maybe bring education to it. We're not even talking, as I'm listening to the conversations, although we're talking about a nicotine mix, we're really not talking about cigarettes. The focus on all these conversations tonight has been on vaping. And I don't feel comfortable that we're going in the right direction on this. And that's just my opinion on it.
So Becky, can I ask a question?
Uh-huh,
I'm looking at the
absolutely.
list. Retail tobacco license, would you be interested in looking at Lakewood's non-cigarette license?
Yes, yes. I would be interested in that. And I have to wonder if we're looking at the wrong businesses. I understand that some of the grocery stores were still selling the View. Or that's what it's called, I'm not even sure. I understand that. But by limiting the keeping our focus so narrow-minded on that, we're not looking at the juice shops we have. We're not looking at the vape businesses we have. We're just going to let that whole industry evolve with whatever happens with the View. We have more vape shops in Northglenn that I'm aware of, that I would be more concerned about them selling their products to underage children than I am about Smokers World doing it. You go into the one vape shop over there by Safeway, there's nobody, I don't even think over 18 working in there. And they're all sitting in there smoking. So I mean, I think that we are looking at it wrong.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So this would include anybody who's selling any type of nicotine product, which would include those shops that you're talking about. So I guess I'm just kind of confused.
I don't feel like I guess I would have to research that a little bit more on my own too. You know, I just don't think that, the thing that really gets me is that we're gonna come down because it's socially acceptable to come down and create a new licensing process and do all this stuff for a problem that has been since I was a kid. You know what I mean? And that was kind of my question about the smoking and the nicotine, right? And the cigarettes. Well, what did we accomplish with what we did in '77 by removing the advertisements? And I believe at that time is when the legal smoking age went down to 18. Okay? So what did we accomplish from that? And what didn't we accomplish that we think we're going to accomplish here by putting a local license on our local businesses? I have a hard time with it.
Can I ask another clarifying question, Becky? So are you saying you don't want to see absolutely any licensing and you don't want to see any action on vaping or cigarette sales?
I think that's kind of broad. But as far as licensing a business that already pays for a license through the state of Colorado bothers me. It really does. What if all of a sudden we decide that my awesome hand lotion kids are liking it too much. It's really simplified. You know what I mean? But all of a sudden we've decided that is a problem. Where do you draw the line? Are we going to come behind all the state laws and then say, okay, well, there's a state law against this, but I really think that we should do a little bit more in Northglenn. I don't see why a business should have to buy 2 licenses to stay in business. If they got a license from the state, they should have their license from the state. My state legislators they're the ones that should be handling, in my own opinion, they need to be able to handle the big deal issues. Because from my opinion, living in a small town, I don't want my police station looking for people that are buying cigarettes that are underage. And we've made it such a conversation topic tonight that it's more for the vaping. Well, if it's the vaping, and that's really what you're looking at, then start thinking about putting some licenses on the juice stores versus.
I'm gonna, Antonio go.
Oh, we did?
I did not know that. Is he okay? Okay. Randall, you had your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. When you made a reference to Lakewood and non-cigarette for the retail tobacco license, is that meaning vape stores, juice stores?
I have no idea. I just saw it on the list and wondered if, based on what Becky had said, if that was something she was interested in learning more about.
Okay, so when I want to follow up with this, do you know what that means, Joanna? Non-cigarette?
I know I've read it, but I don't want to misspeak. I know we have a copy of it, though.
Okay.
I can pull it up
And
while we
then,
talk.
and then as we evaluate these things in terms of what we're looking at, does it make sense to separate the raising of the age from a separate ordinance of the retail tobacco license?
I'm not quite sure. Where I'm seeing we're sitting, especially with Antonio leaving and Catherine gone and Joyce gone, my recommendation would be that we press pause on this conversation and continue it in the future. My interpretation is that it's not totally coincidence, but putting the vaping study in the Tri-County Health Department, I mean, there was a theme to the evening that I can see, but I don't see that one is limiting the other conversation, if that makes sense. And so if we have support for the license and we have support for the 21, but it's not unanimous, I'm not quite sure where we go forward or how we go forward, or if we should wait and continue the conversation. Because what I have here is you're seeking consensus, and it doesn't sound like we have that right now. Because I'm okay with the license for lots of reasons that I could go into. I'm definitely a proponent of the 21. Part of it, and I just want to thank Joanna, part of it is the thorough memo and all of the details. I hear what you're saying. This is small, but not really. I had a moment where I thought, well, I'm required to hold 2 licenses as a teacher and principal, and I have to renew them on a regular basis. And that's something I'm comfortable with. And so I didn't quite get that part. And so I feel like we're having an incomplete conversation, perhaps. And so I'm wondering if we need to press pause and pick it up at another time.
It would be helpful for staff to have council provide guidance on what information is missing. What additional information would you like us to bring back to council? Staff is being responsive to council's direction to bring forward a tobacco licensing ordinance, and that direction was given by council at a prior meeting. We wrapped in the youth vaping study as part of that, given the overall timing, and that study was already in process based on council direction October. So we're happy to regroup and provide additional information, but it would be helpful if council can provide some guidance to us on what additional information you would like to help, if you would like to continue the conversation at another meeting.
Okay. So Ashley, is there any information?
Yeah, I just
you
wanted
need?
to throw mine in there. To me, this seems like a solution to a problem that we're having in our community. And so I am on board. It seems like if federal government is raising the age, I think we should follow suit. The licensing, it seems like there's support for that sort of thing from the parents that were in this study. So it should certainly be something we're looking into. We do it for alcohol and we do it for marijuana. Just because a business happens to sell 2 of those things, I don't think that means that they shouldn't have to get another one necessarily. Also, little example, today I was in downtown Denver at work and I went over to 7-Eleven to get a lemonade at lunch. And literally the person in front of me, they were buying some tobacco product. I don't know, I think it was like a cigar or something. He had his license out, but before he could even give it to the clerk grabbed this photocopy of a license and just scanned it. So I don't know how we get, that happened. I actually saw that happen today.
And that's the type of aggravating circumstances that are addressed in a licensing.
Yeah.
I mean, those are precisely it's very common that the businesses can have all the protections in place in the world, but the individual that's actually selling may choose not to follow.
And I might not have been for that until I saw that happen today. I literally saw that happen today. So yeah, I think that I do support this. I would, like to look at the licensing a little bit more. It seems to cover what we're aiming for here, and I think I'm for it.
Randall, how about you?
Becky made some very convincing arguments. I'd like to look at some more things. I would like, if this is a partnership, I'd like to see where the businesses in Ward 1 are on this.
Oh, ask
Right.
city manager
specifically for what you need.
And I will.
Okay.
But am I asking her now or just
Yep,
tell
sure.
me?
No,
Okay,
ask her
well,
now. That's what we're doing.
I'd like a list of Ward 1 tobacco outlets. But, you know, I'm okay with the retail license, but there's some issues though too, and some of those issues are, you know, there's a danger of piling on any industry that is easy to pile on. And if the issue, I mean, I think, you know, what's the difference between what we're looking at here with the dangers of vaping and the problems with, you know, tobacco company or tobacco stores selling this to underage kids? And I think that can be absolutely eliminated by raising the age to 21, which I'm wholly in favor of. But I do have some concerns. I do have some concerns about being a heavy hand on some of these already established businesses. At the same time, if this is a partnership thing, I think there's some things I'd like to look into and we could look into in terms of, I mean, if we're reducing this fine amount and it's, you know, up to, if it's $25, is that really the economic incentive that's gonna get somebody to comply? We want somebody to comply because it's legal and moral and the right thing to do. And then, you know, if the penalties are super big as they should be for violating this, then should not the economic incentives to really bring along these organizations as partners be equally inducing on a positive economic incentive? So, you know, I could go either way on it, but right now I'd like to learn more. And I'd like to learn about, can we do this concept specific to the problem of vape?
Okay, was that clear?
Yes, staff is providing a list of Ward 1 tobacco outlets, and the question that Councilmember Peterson has is, can the licensing program be specific to vaping businesses? Did I articulate that correctly?
Yeah, and that's not, I mean, I guess we have to, I mean, that's not even something that you guys need to research. I mean, what are we really after here? Are we after a tobacco licensing thing with all its benefits? Are we after a preventative aspect for young people having access to tobacco and or vaping specifically? And so that's, I think, what we need to decide. What's our ultimate purpose on
Are you asking Dias or?
Yes, I'm asking collectively to think about it, you know?
Okay. Becky?
I feel like we started as the vaping, and then it grew into something else. You know, we started with a positive trend on controlling teen vaping, and then I feel like we kind of went a little bit further out and grabbed all of the tobacco products, and it makes it sound like, I mean, if you're over 21, what's it's not my, it's not my responsibility as a single person, right? As an entity, I realize that we do have the responsibility. I also would like to see it more contained to vaping. If that is where our true problem is, and let's focus on that and focus on coming up with a better way of regulating our vape shops. Because we're going to effectively, through all of our measures, through all of our talks, through all of this, we're going to basically remove you and those different cartridges. They're going to come up with a different line of business. You know, we've done a really good job as a country as focusing in on view, and they're going to come up with a different type of business. And I think we're looking at it wrong. I think we have to look at regulating our vape usage versus, because vape has zero, a lot of vape has zero nicotine in it. This does nothing for that problem. And kids can start with 0 and go up to 15. When did we even get into that? Because I would imagine, I don't have youngsters this young anymore, but I gotta ask my grandson. I would think that you probably are starting at a 0 and then moving nicotine up. I don't think that kids are savvy enough to go, all right, I'm smoking a cigarette, I'm gonna take this nicotine down in my cigarette from a 6 to a 3 to a 2 to a 1 and then a 0 so I can just set flavor. I don't feel that kids are looking at it that way.
What would you like?
I personally, I believe that I know all the people who are selling cigarettes at night, right? I definitely want, to hear the retailers' take on this. I understand that I can do whatever we want. We can vote on whatever we want. We can change the legislation. I have a really hard time with having a business buy a license that's been following all the rules or doing everything right at a federal level and on a state level, and now we're gonna come in and say, okay, well, I want $300. It's not a whole lot of money. And even then, that's not a whole lot of money. What's the deterrent? I'm just not sold on it. What I am saying is that you can move forward, but I will not endorse it until I have a better understanding of what our focus is and what we're actually going after. And it could have been like we were talking about earlier, the blending of the two subjects on one night. It could have been all the conversations about youth vaping and then pulling right into a tobacco policy that really doesn't have much to do with youth vaping in one girl's.
No, thank you. Honey.
All right, I guess a couple of things. One is just based on previous comments, I actually think that we've been talking about tobacco licensure for quite some time. And in instances in which we've discussed it, there's been pretty much unanimous support to move forward. And so I appreciate that we're having this conversation and really trying to get to the heart of how do we make a difference in Northglenn? But I just want to respectfully push back on the notion that this has never been about tobacco licensure, because it always has been. And I appreciate that staff has done so much work based on council direction, to build this ordinance into something that I think is going to work really well and is modeled very much after a lot of our surrounding communities. I don't think that this is a trend that's new. I think it's happening around us in response to an ongoing issue. And I think that us taking a look and being intentional and thoughtful about how to regulate folks, provide incentives for good behavior, and ensure that our younger members of the community are supported and don't necessarily have access to nicotine and to vaping products, I think is really responsible, and I think we're going in the right direction. I wholeheartedly support the ordinance as drafted. I do wonder if the fines are too low, and so that's something that I would like to explore. But I truly am concerned about vaping. I'm concerned about young people's access to nicotine products as a whole, and I think it's really difficult to hold bad actors accountable unless there is licensure, unless there is an ordinance that outlines the specifics of how they will be held accountable. So I think this is the mechanism in which to do it. And furthermore, to previous comments, I don't think it's possible to truly know whether or not our businesses are following the rules, because we don't have any mechanism beyond the FDA, I believe, or the state in which to be able to make that assessment. And so I think this gives us an additional amount of tools in our toolbox to assess the situation, figure out what's working, what's not, and make adjustments for our community moving forward.
Of course, I support this ordinance as drafted. I do agree with Jenny that the fine structure is probably a little low. I've been a champion of this type of policy for a very, very long time. We started these conversations almost a year ago, and I've championed it every step of the way. We have a problem in our community. If you ask our teachers, if you ask our parents, everybody sees it. I have family members in my family. I have a 16-year-old who is addicted to nicotine. Addicted to nicotine. We have kids as young as 13, 14 who are addicted to nicotine because of these products. We have been targeted by the tobacco industry, and they have preyed on our young people because our policies are lax. And that is what has caused, unfortunately, the issue that we're seeing today, where we have kids who are sneaking these products, who are unfortunately just addicted to their use, and they can't stop. So they're impacting all the kids that we see. They have the athletes, you have the smart kids, you have all the different groups that it's impacting. It's not necessarily one group or another. But I mean, if you don't believe that this is a problem, go and ask a neighbor who has a teenager and they will tell you what the problem is. We've heard from our own youth commission about how they see this impacting their schools and impacting their learning. If you go to a school, and I'm sure my educators could help me out on this, they have, confiscated materials like all over the place. So, I mean, the fact that this, I definitely understand what some of the concerns are around regulating an industry again. And I would, kind of back up Ashley's point. We regulate alcohol. We regulate marijuana. Why is it that we couldn't regulate tobacco in a similar fashion? Just because businesses happen to sell both, doesn't necessarily mean they shouldn't be regulated for the products that they sell. Overall, I really support this measure. I think that Northglenn has the opportunity to be a leader in our county. We would be the first city to implement something like this. And it's scary. I get it. We're a small city and we're surrounded by two huge ones, right? So setting that precedent is difficult. But at the end of the day, I truly believe that this is the right policy we should be doing. It's impacting our community and it's just our duty to do what we can. Again, it's a super complex issue. Our job is to regulate our businesses through a business license. That's what we do. That's our only piece of the pie here. And us failing to do that is failing to do our role as policymakers and as leaders in this. So I completely support this ordinance as written. I really support the staff who've worked so hard on bringing this forward and really kind of hashing out all of these details and bringing a great product. So thank you so much.
Could I just
Sure.
I just want to clarify my comment on 2 licenses. It has nothing to do with a liquor store and selling cigarettes in the same place. My comment was that you have a state license and you have the city license, and I'm not so sure that the businesses that have been in here for so long need to do that. That is what I meant by 2 licenses. So I just wanted to clarify that for the residents.
Okay. So a couple of things I see. I don't want to argue with Julie, but I'm wondering, because I see Federal Heights and Broomfield have already jumped on board. So we wouldn't be the first ones in Adams County? Is that correct? Federal Heights and
Broomfield.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. So Federal Heights.
So yeah, actually,
They
I don't
one
know
up
what Federal Heights policy is. Is it only 21 plus? Oh, no, it also says
They're on
retail
both
federal
sides,
license. Okay,
And
so we
it's
would be
fine.
the second.
We would be the
Federal
same.
Heights.
I just thought, I was like, I don't see us as groundbreaking, but, and so a couple of things. I'm going to be the 4th one up here right now that's going to support this as written. There's a couple of pieces to it. This has been an ongoing conversation. I do believe that we may have gotten off track because we put these items back to back to back. And so I think that's confusing the issue a little bit. And yeah, so I agree with that part is, once we can separate that, then I think we could move forward a little bit. And it is a conversation that we have been having for a long time. And we did ask for staff to move forward with this. And so I appreciate that you did. And it is very thorough. I don't see anything wrong with it at all. As far as moving forward, I don't know if you can take 4 to 2 as a consensus to continue, or if you want to hold on to that and then, find the additional information that some of our council members are requesting? What do you recommend?
That's a council call. I mean, not all ordinances are adopted unanimously. It's really up to the council. If there's additional information you need that you would like us to look at, then maybe it's not ready for prime time. But if council thinks it's ready for prime time, and ultimately it's up to you as the council to decide what consensus means. It's not unanimity.
So just for a point of clarification, is this a piece that will go through public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, so that might be, at least in my opinion, so tell me what you think, that might be the opportunity for those businesses to come forward. And so if council feels really strongly, when you get the information about your Ward 1 businesses, let them know, and then invite them to the public hearing
Absolutely.
to be a part of the conversation.
Yep.
Yes.
Listen, I am not, and I don't think anybody up here is for young people having access to tobacco. And as a policymaker, we have obligations not just to regulate businesses, but to do what's best for the larger city of Northglenn. And that includes, if this was phrased, as I heard it phrased, to be a partnership, to solicit stakeholder buy-in, then that's not something I'm comfortable doing without having a larger conversation. And the voice of the businesses that sell tobacco in Ward 1 are not my only constituents. They're one of a larger subset of 12,000 constituents, which I want to speak to, which I want to hear from. And I think it's real dangerous. I think it's real dangerous to frame this as an issue of favoring access to tobacco for young people and not. And I would take slight umbrage with that. I have concerns, slight, about the ordinance as written. I know this came from 2019, when this body asked council to do that. I think it was July of 2009, right? Long before I was on the council. And so fine, moving forward on it. Let's take a look at this. I think we're all in agreement of raising the age to 21. We're having a larger conversation about what's the best way to do this. And I said this before, what's the heart of the problem? Is the heart of the problem tobacco access with young people? Vaping as a means and a mechanism of tobacco and marijuana access with young people? Or is it something else? And so this isn't about, smoking's bad versus smoking's good. And I think there's more to it than that, and that's worth talking about.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat my recommendation, is that we move forward, we reach out to businesses, we invite them to the public hearing, and we move through the process. That's my recommendation.
I think that's the only thing we really can do. I voiced my opinion on it. How I vote at the end will be how I vote at the end, but I think that's the only thing we can do, is move it forward. And it could be just like 95% of our other stuff that nobody from that industry has in it,
But maybe not, and I appreciate your perspective as yours, and so if you would like to reach out to those businesses and personally invite them and loop them in so that they don't miss it, because my fear is that sometimes those business owners miss the opportunity and then it happens to them. So being really passionate about it, I encourage you to reach out to those businesses. We do all of the public hearing, notification that's legally required, but hearing the passion that's up here right now, that's my recommendation. Heather.
Mayor, if council would like, we can delay bringing this ordinance forward to public hearing and do specific outreach to our local businesses. So there's mechanisms by which we could do a survey, or we could hold a stakeholder meeting with them and then wrap that feedback into bringing the ordinance forward for first reading, and then moving it through the legislative process. So that's.
I personally believe if we were going to amp anything up, we just amp up the invitation to the public hearing. and invite them to that I don't feel like we need to delay this because, as Julie said, we've been having this conversation for a while.
So in terms of timing, our next regular meeting is actually
I'll have to redo this.
is a special meeting, so we wouldn't be able to introduce it on first reading.
Okay.
So if we brought it on April 13th for first reading, that would give a couple extra weeks to reach out so that you could tell everybody, first reading's April 13th, the public hearing would be on April 27th.
Right. And I mean, what I'm hearing is that maybe we can amp up all of our communication. So not just Randall talking to Ward 1 and Becky talking to Ward 2, but really, you know, putting more stuff out in some formal way. Because I think between now and then, we'll have a connection. Is that correct? A new one?
Yes, that's correct. We'll have an April connection.
Because we don't want to slide this in. We don't want to sneak it. You know, we want to have a very transparent conversation, and I believe that's fair. So let's do that.
Okay. That also gives us time to see what happens at the state legislature.
Totally.
So,
Yep.
Excellent. Love it. So I'm going to close that.
Super quick though, if I may?
Quick.
I just think if we want to keep kids from having access to tobacco, we need stakeholder buy-in.
Thank you. All right. Any other items for council? Seeing none, we are adjourned.